And we are live.
Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. If there are any councillors that haven't turned the cameras on yet, please turn them on. Clerk, has the roll been called?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, members of the committee, just a reminder, the following rules of procedure apply to meetings of the estimates committee. All motions must be moved and seconded. Each speaking opportunity for members is 3 minutes. There's no limit to the number of times a member can speak on the same question. Please go to the February 18th estimates meeting in eScribe to participate in the voting. We'll try to break for dinner at about 6 o'clock. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest for any items on the agenda? Seeing none. Starting point. Joel Daniels, can you provide an overview of the previous night, please?
Yes, through you, Chair Martin. We're starting this evening with a 2022 operating budget of $172,744,364. That's a budget impact after assessment growth of 1.72%. That's comprised of a local board increase of 3.63% and a city-controlled increase of 0.82%. The overall residential tax impact is 2.08%, or $70.17, an average commercial tax impact of 2.08%, an average industrial tax impact of 1.88%, and an average multi-residential tax impact of negative 4.16%. So we are starting at step 9A this evening, which is a review of the Public Works 2022 operating budget. Information pertaining to that budget can be found beginning on page 79 of your operating budget package. The total budget is $44,503,827 and is a 3.78% increase over the previous year.
Thank you. Indrajit Hans, General Manager, Public Works. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Good evening, Chair Martin, Mayor Davis, members of council. I'm here as the General Manager of Public Works Commission to present to you some highlights of the Public Works operating budget for 2022. Next slide, please. So just as a commission overview, Public Works is responsible to maintain and operate the city's water, wastewater, stormwater infrastructure, the transportation transit networks, parks and trails, and many of the city-owned facilities. The proposed 2022 operating budget provides for operating costs required to maintain current service levels and provided by our commission. Here you can see some of the roadworks and nice horticulture features that we do implement throughout the city. Next slide, please. So there are many important initiatives and day-to-day services that Public Works provides to the community. But I have provided some of the highlights here for a few important initiatives moving forward in 2022. The first two, you receive a report tonight that does include an unmet need, which is initiating the green bin program and building the security program, specifically the mobile unit. Continuing the pathway to corporate fleet electrification, installing smart meters, continuing a corporate-wide approach to facility management, expanding our vehicle and equipment operator training programs, implementing our Vision Zero initiatives, including the red light camera, which is another unmet need this evening, maintaining our parks, trails, arenas, sports fields, delivering our winter maintenance program in accordance with the MMS minimum maintenance standards, repairing, replacing streetlights, traffic signals, road signs, and other road safety infrastructure, and maintaining our water and wastewater operations, specifically at a gold. I'd just like to say that. Next slide, please. So the operating budget here, the overall operating budget, I say Public Works leadership worked really hard to provide the best level of service to the residents of Brantford while being conscious of the budget itself. The net operating budget is one of the larger slices of the pie at 26% of the overall net city budget. And as detailed in the chart on this slide, has an overall increase in the operating budget of 3.78. from the previous year. Next slide, please. So highlighted in this slide are some of the notable expenses that play a factor into this increase in the departmental budgets. For example, under the facilities management team, really the increase here is our contractual obligation for the lease at Laurier at approximately $400,000 is one of the main factors for FMS to be at the 15.75% increase that you see there. Hypothetically, without this obligation, FMS would be approximately 3%, kind of in line with the rest of the departments here that you see. So as we move forward with the accommodation plan, senior leadership does continue discussions with Laurier and our internal departments for space requirements at that market square. There are many efficiencies that we did provide throughout our budgets, particularly in our space requirements with City Hall and Market and Old City Hall. So we do have many efficiencies within our operating department and operating budget. Next slide, please. So the rate supported budget has an overall increase in expenses, which does decrease the transfer to reserves in 2022, as outlined in this slide. Next slide, please. So alluded to earlier in the presentation in regards to the 2022 initiatives, PW has 6 unmet need requests of the committee. The unmet needs are important community initiatives that improve community safety in public spaces, safety on the roadway, and align with council priorities, approve strategical plans such as the Vision Zero strategy and the waste strategy. And of course, these are responses to direction from council to staff. Staff prepared a report, as I mentioned. There are 2 reports for the committee in regards to the mobile security unit and the green bin program. As the chief of police mentioned in his presentation, the mobile security will play a vital role in the stratified approach to safety in our community. Sites covered by the mobile security unit, just to provide some context, include Albion Towers, Brantford Library, the Parkade, Lorne Towers, Earl Hague, Civic Center, and the surrounding area, John Noble Home, Transit Terminal, and that's just to name a few. And since the conception of this pilot program, we have included almost 16 additional sites for our mobile security unit. So it does play a key factor in this stratified approach that we've been mentioning to council over the past year regarding this pilot project and the police requirements. Other unmet needs in response to council direction include the red light camera program, the lead loan grant program, the Year of the Garden, and on the next slide, you'll see the fleet electrification of our light duty vehicles. Just on the next slide, please. There, which was also a recent report to council to have our strategy on how to move forward with our light duty vehicles and becoming electrified. Next slide. So I just wanted to thank the finance department, public work leadership, staff working on the budget you see before you today, and of course thank the committee for allowing me to present this budget. And with that, I will pause, and staff are here to respond to any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, with regards to the Laurier and that 15.75%, what would be the best case scenario for that? If like, why are we paying that amount of money? And how would what is the transition that's needed to lower that number?
So Rick is on here, but contractually we're obligated. We did have rent-free period, which has ended as part of that negotiation of that contract. So really right now there is an obligation of that 400,000 that we do have. Moving forward, there are other installments of payment, and we are, like I said, we are working with Laurier to see and in discussions with Laurier just to talk about this and space requirement in general. I see Brian has come on. He's had discussions with Laurier and maybe can provide a little bit more information on those.
If I can, through you, Mr. Chair, through Councillor Van Tilburg, Councilor Van Tilburg, yes, as part of that the arrangement was done about 10 years ago, 2 councils ago, that's for the free space, but now it's the last 2 years where there's now a lease payment. I have had discussion with the President Laurier and with all the senior executive officer about some flexibility, not this year, this would be 6 months from June to December, but in the following years, there's another 2 years after that of rent payments and some flexibility. There are early stage discussions, but we are having some discussions at the moment about that, but it is time in that contract. It's a contractual that 2 councils ago approved, and it's time now to pay that the lease.
Very good. And so originally that was our building that we then gave to them and then had rent free for a number of how many years? Was that 4 years, 5 years?
8 years.
8 years. So that's significant.
8 years, and building, yeah, was rent free for 8 years, and then the last 2 years there's rent on it.
And what did we do with the monies that we saved that we didn't have to pay rent?
They were just reflected in our budget, Councillor. There's no rents. There's some notional amounts put in there, but it really just was reflected in our budget. Now it's time to pay rent. So it's
very good. It wasn't like it was put into a special account for a rainy day or anything.
I wish the previous CEO did that for me. No, that didn't happen.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Councilor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Indy. The green bin program will be I guess, saving us money for garbage collection. Is that correct?
So the green bin program is for, the organic collection. So we're looking to meet some diversion goals here, and that would have an impact on the contract. So we are gearing up for that program so that we can put that in place in close to the end of 23.
Is there a correlating decrease in the cost in our budget for this year for solid waste hauling and disposal?
I'll ask Selvie to come up for the deeper dive into that, and Dean.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, there is no reduction in the operating budget for garbage. This is for organics collection, where there is an extra cost that the city has to pay to the contractor for collecting organics separately.
Okay, so I guess we're adding a separate stream of waste, the green bin waste, but are you saying that the cost of hauling garbage will not decrease, that line item will not decrease because of green bin?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, so it is, yes, the short answer is yes, it is not going to decrease, even though the garbage volume or tonnage is going to decrease, but the contractor has to have trucks. It has to stop at every house or the property. So there is no reduction to the garbage. There is an addition for organics collection when we implement the program, if approved by council in November 2023.
So we'll have a complete third stream with a complete third stream of vehicles on the road. Is that correct then?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Have you given consideration to the utilization of the type of garbage truck that is a dual truck that can accommodate the green bin and the blue box on one set of wheels?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the contractor, when we talked to them, they were able to find a few vehicles that are what we call as a split body, which could collect organics. And if any garbage is set aside, mixed with the organics, they can throw it on the side on garbage separately. But with the way that the current way that the contractor can provide the service, they have to collect organics separately.
And where does the organic collection end up, Selvie?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it will go to the landfill, and from there, the processing contractor will pick it up and take it to their facility for processing.
and we pay them to do that?
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanderstel.
I think Councillor Van Tilburg was ahead of me in the queue, Mr. Chair.
Opportunity already, so I'm going to first time
Oh,
speak.
sorry, my mistake. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Through you to Selby, refresh my memory. How many more years presently do we have in order to fill our current landfill site? Was it 42 years? I'm sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, that is correct. It's close to 43.
Okay.
You're close, yeah.
Okay, so with this proposed diversion project, the first of a number, as I understand it, will we be extending the life of our landfill?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor, yes, we will increase the life of the landfill. We estimate it to be roughly 5 years at this time based on organic diversion volume.
Okay, and if memory serves correct as well, we don't have any plans for 40 years plus. We don't know where we're putting our garbage, do we?
Sorry, Councillor, it kind of broke at the end.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm having some tech troubles here at City Hall. Let me slow down. We don't have a plan for 43 years plus, do we? Like, we haven't acquired a new landfill site or anything like that. That's going to come at a crucial cost to the municipality, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you are correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Selby. Selby, my understanding of the solid waste contract was we pay a flat fee and then we pay tonnage on top of that to have the waste picked up and taken to the landfill. Is that not true?
It is correct. Dean can jump on. He has the details. We do pay base charge and then a tonnage fee.
Well, if we're diverting the green bin not to the landfill, so that there won't be a tipping fee for that, would that not reduce our tonnage bill in a given year?
Dean, go ahead.
Sorry. So through the chair, first of all, to answer the councillor's questions, the city's garbage collection contractor doesn't pay tipping fees on what they bring to the landfill site, which is collected at curbside. It is correct that the contract is split up into a flat payment plus an extra payment or a subsequent payment for the actual tonnage of materials collected at curbside. With the proposed diversion program for the collection of organic materials, we are essentially adding a stream to the work that is required by the collection contractor. And as Selby alluded to earlier, it's going to require that they collect it separately in a specialized truck, which they have secured some used vehicles from another contractor that they would have proposed that they would use on this contract. So essentially, we're moving from a single stream contract with our current garbage collection contractor to a dual stream collection contract, which requires them to separate materials at curbside as it's collected from residents on an ongoing basis throughout the different seasons.
Okay. Is there such a thing as one company picking up green bin, one company picking up solid waste? Like when we go out next time, is that always a combined contract or
through the chair, yes, it's very typical that either for a municipal collection contract for organics, it's either with recyclable materials or it's with the garbage. Collecting organics on its own doesn't typically provide enough tonnage to have a whole separate contract for it. And that's why you'll see it typically mixed with one of the other streams that residents are asked to put out at curbside. And in this case, because we have a current contract underway, which is supposed to last until 2027, we spoke with our collection contractor and they were able to work a scenario for us where we would add organics to their current collection activities if we wanted to implement a program starting in November of 2023.
Okay, so just to be clear then, so when they're picking up organics, we're paying for that service. And are we also paying a tonnage on what they pick up?
Yes, the present negotiation or speaking points which we have with the contractor, they would have a base tonnage which we would look after with the contract, and then there would be a tonnage payment after that.
Okay, and I guess that's where I was going in the beginning. So we're going to pay tonnage for excess on the green bin, but we're also paying extra tonnage on the solid waste. So the solid waste is going to go down. So it would seem logical to me that you would pay less than there and you would pick it up on the other side. Is that not correct?
Yes, and through the chair, that is correct. But you will see marginal change in the cost for the payment of garbage collection, as I have to go back a couple of years from when they bid the tender originally in 2019. Contractors were allowed to bid how much they wanted on the flat payment amount and how much they wanted on a per ton amount. This contractor bid in such a way that the majority of their payment lies with the flat rate payment, and a smaller portion lies with the extra payment. So we will see some savings, very small, on the extra tonnage, decrease as that tonnage slides over to the green bin per ton rate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Atley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the organics diversion, will that reduce the methane that's produced at the landfill site? And if yes, will there be a corresponding generation of methane when it goes into the digester? And then the third part of that is, will the digesters be in Brantford or will they go to another community?
So through the chair, to answer the questions there, organics is a fraction of the methane that is produced by the landfill site. There will be some reduction, but there will be a delayed reduction, which we'll investigate through our landfill master plan redo, which is coming up in 2023. Under the current proposal that's before council, we will be contracting out the processing of organics to a private firm. Whatever they do with the organics to produce methane, at that point, they will use or incorporate into their contract requirements or their bid for the future tender proposal that would be issued. And so at this point, there won't be any methane come back to the city through a digester project, which we have yet to fully investigate and propose to council. There are so many monies in our capital budget, but that has not been fully explored.
Thank you, Dean. I would hope that at some point we'll be a big enough city to maybe share the cost of the digester with the county. That may make it financially feasible. So thank you very much for your answers.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dean, you did say the date, but when does the current contract for solid waste end?
October 31st, 2027 is the current scheduled end date of our contract.
2027. When are municipalities required to have organic diversion by the province?
There's a food and organic policy paper, which was issued by the Ministry of Environment and Conservation of Parks. It directs municipalities to have something in place by January 1st, 2026. It's not an actual regulation, but it is a direction that the ministry would like municipalities of our size to follow and have a program implemented.
All right, so that date before the end of the contract. So is it, this is maybe a crystal ball question, but had we approved organics when we were approving the 7-year contract, would we have civic? I'm assuming we're paying more money because we're adding something into the middle of a contract. So we've lost a little bit of our negotiating power. Had we, adopted this at the beginning of the contract, would we have had, are you able to say whether or not we would have had a more favorable price?
I had it Sorry, through the chair. I did have a brief look at the tender results from 2019. And yes, they would have been cheaper back then by approximately about $900,000. The pricing that has been submitted by the contractor, which is before council right now, is still lower than the next lowest bid than what we had received back in 2019 by approximately $50,000.
Okay, and so anytime between now and 2027, we're still going to be paying a bit of a surplus because of the contract, but each year we go further, we may be in more of a situation. And because, you know, there's direction to do this by 2025, I don't know why we would keep putting this off. Anaerobic digester, you talked a little bit about that. I think it's safe for us to say that we're still investigating the feasibility of this. We have spoken with the province and I've spoken with MP Brock as well. Is that safe to say?
Yes, through the chair, we have met with the people that you indicated there, and it's and the implementation of Organics Hub with the county and maybe on the municipalities has also been a portion of a vision plan that was presented to council last month in January.
And that could create a revenue stream for us.
Yes, through the chair, there is a possibility once it's up and running with enough material that is a possibility.
Okay, so this is one of the first steps really in addressing the new vision that we've seen, implementing the green bin, addressing a lot of the concerns of the community residents and finding a way to get this started. And sometimes that's ripping off a Band-Aid, but that this will get it going. Is that a fair assessment?
Through the chairs, it's certainly an exciting time in waste management. We've got big changes coming to our Blue Box collection program, also in 2025. And if this is approved by council, this would be another significant change for residents and how the city approaches waste management. As I said, these are exciting times for waste management and increasing diversion.
And so just last.
Is up, Councillor. Would you like to go back on the list?
Sure, I've got one more question. Thanks.
Okay. Before I go to second time speakers, I got some questions. Indy, in the engineering services under design construction, there's a 21% increase. What's the reason for that? Because the actuals don't show a need for an increase there.
To you, Chair Martin, I'll get Jen Elliott to speak to that 21% increase.
Okay.
Good evening, Jennifer Elliott, Director of Engineering Services. Through you to you, Mr. Chair, the increase for design and construction, it's various line items within that business unit, and it's providing additional project management software, additional furniture, things along those lines for the increased staff.
Okay, what was the need for the increased staff?
Well, it's to provide the equipment available for the staff that we have. We brought in, like, we have CAD operators, our design technologists, and to equip them with their software that they did not have in the beginning.
Just
Okay,
sure.
Enhanced tools for them.
Correct.
Okay. Track events is up 52%, and that's the actuals are showing next to nothing, and we got a big increase there. What's the reason for that?
Mark Jackman, Director of Operational Services. Through the chair, the big reason for that is actual special events. So we had COVID obviously over the past 2 years, so we didn't actually have special events. And as a result of SEAT, any program or I guess event that goes through SEAT actually does get charged back to operational services when we are doing those events. So we do anticipate a number of events obviously over this year as we hope that COVID starts to die down and that we're allowed to get back to some of those regular events. So this does include, obviously, most of these events do fall on overtime because they do fall on nights or weekends. So this is where the increase is in the actual introduction of this business unit.
Okay, and facilities management under 1 Market Street, the actuals show expense one year, then a revenue the next year, then it shows a revenue budgeted, and then a huge expense the next year. What's the fluctuations there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just pulling up the sheet that you're looking at. I'm wondering if you can point me to the specific sheet you're talking about. One Market Street, we've got a budget of a 2021 budget and a 2022 budget. Are you looking at the same sheet I am?
It shows the 2021 budget of revenue of 104,000 and the 2022 budget and expense of 250,000.
Right. So in 2021, the budget reflected a decrease in the footprint over time. And in 2022, we've added in the lease payment that Mr. Hans spoke about earlier in terms of requiring an additional almost $400,000 of lease payment that come due starting in July of 2022. So the difference as we scale back our footprint, we anticipated reducing our costs there, but those have now been more than offset by the increase in lease costs for the remaining footprint.
Okay, so that's for 220 Colburn Street.
One Market Street, yes.
Oh, is that all the same?
It's the same facility. In our budget, it's labeled as One Market Street, but the facility itself we call 220 Colburn.
Okay, that's why I was confused on that one. 57% for 50-70 Dalhousie Street.
Yes, so through the chair, that is reflective of us being in our new city hall for an entire year as opposed to a partial year where we were ramping up in 2021. The budget reflected costs anticipated with 6 to 8 months, and the 2022 budget reflects a full 12 months of our presence there and using the space.
Okay, and then on the same page down about halfway to the bottom, vacant and leased building maintenance. What buildings are we maintaining that are currently vacant?
So this is the catch-all for when we sell a building. So in this case, as 84 Market would have shifted if we didn't have a vendor in place, it would shift in from its own business unit into this one. We have some facilities obviously at 282 Stanley. We have some vacant spaces at and we use this business unit for capturing expenses related to the Timekeeper's Cottage at Mohawk, Greenwich, and other empty buildings that we have not yet divested of. There's a former fire hall on over near the hospital. Those kinds of buildings, before they are divested of, the expenses related to maintaining and monitoring those properties are captured in this business unit.
Okay. Second time speakers, Councilor McCurry.
Thank you, Chair. And Rick, thank you for your answers. We're spending $10,000 a month on the old City Hall. That's our projection for 22.
Yes, the old City Hall certainly continues to be costing us in terms of making sure it stays in good condition, Councillor, through the chair. We are offsetting that cost with opportunities to generate revenue through film tenancies and other ways of recovering some of those costs, but we couldn't depend on those when we were presenting the budget. So you will see at the end of the year a net reduction, I anticipate, given that we've got some extended presence there. But we are anticipating need to have approximately $10,000 a month for things like maintaining the snow clearance, maintaining the building HVAC systems. They are connected to the POA, so that we have to keep both buildings operating in order to support the POA facility, because they are essentially one building in two towers.
Is the 102 Wellington Street not responsible for its own costs, its own operating line?
You are correct, Councillor, through the chair. 102 Wellington is here. It's labeled as courthouse on this budget sheet, but the actual mechanical equipment is in the 100 Wellington facility. So there is a split in those costs based on the footprint of the buildings.
I would presume that the HVAC systems, although they may be produced from the same, for lack of a better word, furnace, certainly are controllable separately. That is the case, right?
To some degree, yes, they are controllable separately. We certainly aren't maintaining the 100 Wellington location in, sort of used temperature and ambient temperatures. We are scaling back our cost that way by perhaps keeping it a little bit less warm in the winter and not cooling it quite so dramatically in the summer. But we do need to make sure that the building stays in good condition as we look forward to a divestment of the building.
What are the temperatures you're striving for summer and winter?
Councillor, I don't have that information directly in front of me.
When you're in there, do you need to wear a coat?
Typically, this time of year, yeah, we would not want to keep it to the point where we are, risking pipe damage or mildew or any of those kinds of things. But we're certainly scaling it back to the point where it's not someplace you would want to be able to spending much time without having a sweater or some other way of keeping yourself warm.
I wonder if you might be able to provide that answer to us at your leisure in an email, Rick. We have a tenant there that rents parking. Is that correct?
We have just recently entered into a lease agreement for a partial part of the parking lot with Laurier. So that is a very recent lease arrangement with Laurier that will be in place over the next 14-15 months. And that retains some parking for the city, parking for the POA functions, but also provides Laurier with the ability to support some of their students and staff with parking.
Where do we see the revenue line for that agreement?
That revenue would come back into this 100 Wellington business unit.
So you're saying that the 124,000 is offset by revenue? That's the net difference?
I'm not sure whether the lease revenue is captured in this budget. As I said, the lease is just freshly signed, and this draft budget was presented, or developed several months ago. So I'm not sure if the specifics are there. I can look that up while you continue on with the discussion.
Yeah, that you don't need to provide that tonight, but I would appreciate knowing. Could you also provide us with a list of the vacant and leased building maintenance sites in the same email, if you wouldn't mind? And with respect to my favorite topic, the parkade, we have an increase of 9%, 9-point-something% for 2022. Do you have a recollection of what that represents, that increase?
Yeah. Through the chair, yes, specific for the most part, those two increases are related to additional house or janitorial contractual costs and snow clearing costs. The negotiation or the current contract for the snow removal cost did incorporate significant cost increases for snow lifts, and we've experienced actuals relative to snow events that have caused us to ask for additional revenue or additional tax support for snow lifts at the parkade. And we certainly have heard that the janitorial work at the parkade needed to be taken up a notch, and that requires some additional resources to support that.
Your time's up, Councillor. Councillor Van Tilburg, did you wish a second speaking opportunity?
Actually, I'm glad I waited because my questions were answered by my fellow councillors. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Chair. I can wait till we're at Unmet needs. Thank you.
Okay. Under fleet, expenses to be recovered. The numbers go from revenue to the revenue drops off considerably in 2022. What's the reason for that? We got a 53% increase there.
Through the chair, it's Mike Bradley, Director of Fleet and Transit Service. It's due to the removal of GO from our transit facility and Brantford Power, who we used to do work for too on their vehicles. So it's mostly due to they're not fueling at our location anymore. That was a big expense.
Okay, and fleet admin and excuse me, fleet admin and facilities. It's going from a expense in 21 to a revenue in 22. What's the reason for that?
Which business unit was that referred to, Councillor or Chair?
Facilities, 151103.
The whole fleet budget, those accounts of from 151102 right through to 151112, they net out to zero because we're supported by the other departments. So there's adjustments that have been made in previous budget years that reflect those slight differences.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. Mike, thank you for that answer. Could I bring you back to your comment about hydro vehicle servicing? Did you say that we had previously provided that?
Yeah, they were our neighbors down at 400 Grand River Ave, and we provided all their maintenance to their vehicles at the time.
Okay, so say again what that drop in revenue is.
I believe through the chair, it's approximately 250,000.
Okay, that's your net number though. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes,
that's your bottom line.
Yeah, I mean there was expenses associated with the revenue. So we made maybe $10,000 through the year.
Okay, so state again. The 250 was revenue that came into the department from doing that work.
Through the chair, that's correct.
But you had costs of 240, we'll say.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not six figures. Okay, thanks very much for that.
Okay, there are unmet needs from Public Works. The committee may move a motion to refer individual unmet needs to step 10 of the budget worksheet, where all referred unmet needs will be considered. We'll go through one by one, seeking a mover or seconder on each unmet need if the committee wishes. The first one is the red light camera program. Do we have a mover? Councillor Vanderstel, and seconded by Mayor Davis. Questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. I think we caught staff off guard by going to the vote so quick.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Mayor Davis?
It'd be yes. So if I'm in February 9th, will I be able to vote, or I have to go to February 18th?
You'll have to be in February 18th.
Oh, that's where I was. Okay. Yes.
The referral of the red light camera program is carried on a recorded vote of 7-3. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, Martin, and Toski. Those against, Councillors McCreary, Van Tilburg, and Wall.
Okay, the next one is fleet electrification. Do we have a mover for this one? Councillor Antosky, seconded by Councillor Sless. Questions, comments? Councillor Antosky.
No, I don't have any questions or comments on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing none, we'll call the Councillor Van Tilburg. Just barely get in there.
So exactly what is this amount for, the 45,000?
Through the chair, this amount is for, I believe it's 2 bylaw vehicles and a vehicle for our operational service department. I believe they're SUVs.
Okay, but the vehicles were already, I thought we had addressed that in capital.
The vehicles are in capital, but the funding for the electric vehicles are not in the capital program. It's funded through the reserve fund. So we had to increase our vehicle.
So this isn't a double dip here.
No.
That's why I was confused by that. Thank you.
Like the 43 is the differential between the cost of the gas vehicles and the electric vehicles, is it not?
That's correct, Chair. It's for 3 vehicles and they're approximately $15,000 additional cost.
Seeing no further hands raised, we'll call the question.
No, please.
The referral of the fleet electrification carried on a recorded vote of 8-2. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstelt, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, and Wall. Those against, Councillors McCreary and Utley.
Okay, the next one is the lead loan grant program increase. Is there a mover? Councillor Van Tilburg, seconded by Councillor Antosky. Questions, comments? Seeing none. Oh. Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, just there's a number of things here to have that figure higher. There are still a lot of homes, particularly in the older neighborhood, that still have not updated their lines, and they really need to. Could I get do we have a quantifiable number on how many homes may still be outstanding that need to have that replacement done?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor, roughly around 2,200. The numbers are changing every day as the residents replace, but around that number.
Do you know if there's been a decrease in uptake in the last 2 years on using that grant program?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, yes, we've seen a reduction in the last, actually in 2021, but we're kind of hoping with the, in 2022, hoping the grant uptake will pick up as the COVID situation changes.
And so what I suggest is that we do support this, and I'm going to say why. Prior to COVID even, there was starting to be, and I only have anecdotal on this. I don't actually have any actual data that proves it, but I have a lot of anecdotal where people have been hesitant to do the uptake because, quite frankly, we've been hit in an inflationary thing where our grant program and the cost to do the work are no longer close to one another. And so people are finding that they don't have their share of the money to take advantage of the grant program. And the grant program is actually pretty good, but that's just how much costs have rose. So I'd like to see that in there, because I know if we don't, we're still going to be facing a problem that we will have a grant program that exists that costs us money to hold, but no one uptakes on it. And if we're going to have it and have it used, we need to have the money in there. And I believe, I know he's not here, as Councillor Carpenter was alluding to this in his resolution previous this year. That's all I wish to say. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Yes, please.
Councillor Sless?
I just lost my screen. I'm yes.
Thank you. The referral motion carries on a recorded vote of 8-1. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Mayor Davis, Councillor Vanderstelt, Antosky, Sakoli, Van Tilburg, Wall, and Councillor Utley. Those against, Councillor Martin.
Okay, the next one is Year of the Garden. Councillor Antosky, I'm going to guess that you want to move this one. Thank you. The seconder? Mayor Davis. Questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Yes, me.
Just for clarification, is Councillor McCreary still out of the room?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. The referral of the Year of the Garden carries a recorded vote of 8-1. Those in favor, Councillors Sluss, Utley, Wall, Martin, Sakoli, Antosky, Vanderstelt, and Mayor Davis. Those against, Councillor Van Tilborg.
Okay, now there's two left, but they require motions to be put on the floor. Can I get a mover and a seconder to put the recommendation on the floor for item 9D5, unmet need post-pilot corporate security program? Councillor Wall, seconded by Councillor Vanderstelt. Can you read the resolution, Councillor Wall?
Absolutely. Can I, yeah, thank you. That report 2022-112 post-pilot corporate security program unmet needs be received, and B, the following be referred to step 10 of the budget worksheet for consideration. I, that council approve the permanent implementation of mobile security guard service beginning August 1st, 2022 at a cost of $407,040 to be included in the 2022 operating budget, and that the clerk be directed to forward a copy of the final resolution in this report to the Brantford Police Services Board for information purposes. Can I speak to it?
Yes, you can.
Great. I just want to say thank you to our emergency service workers, especially the police, for all the work that they do in our downtown core. And I was thrilled to be able to support the Special Constable program, which is going to be complementary to this initiative right here. We don't want police doing security guard work, and we definitely don't want security guards doing police work. They are very different types of work. And honestly, this shouldn't be necessary, but it is. And until such a time it isn't, until such a time that any person anywhere from any walk of life can feel comfortable and safe coming in our downtown, I have to support this. I can't not support this. My email, my phone, my Facebook is filled with stories of people who've gone downtown and had an unpleasant experience. And I know we can make it better. I know collectively we can make this better. Combined with incredible social services from our social services department, combined with incredible community groups and neighborhood associations and BIAs and chambers of commerce and all the different people who are actively trying to make not just the downtown, but the city a better place, we can make this cost and this necessity no longer needed. But it's needed right now. Yeah, it's expensive, but there's no price I wouldn't pay for somebody to feel safe in our downtown. I urge you to please support this, and thanks.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'll certainly be supporting this as well. It's kind of a misnomer to say it's the downtown, because that's part of what they do. But this group is also providing security for over in West Brant at the Lorne Towers, at Brant Towers, in my ward on Albion Street, on Marlene in Ward 5. There's a lot of work that's being done besides the downtown. The downtown is certainly being covered by these folks, but they're mobile and they're hitting all the spots that not that long ago we were having constant problems and security problems, and a lot of senior residents almost scared to go home because there could be somebody in their hallway, there could be somebody in the doorway as they're trying to get into their building. And it was just a very unsecure and very not safe place for particularly these seniors to be living. So I think this is, if nothing else, you're going to be giving those few hundred apartments a bit of peace of mind that there's somebody there that's got their back when they're coming in with groceries, or they're coming in after a bingo game, or whatever they've been. When they're returning home, I think they have the right to feel safe. And this affords them that opportunity. So I'm very, very pleased to support this, and I would hope it would be unanimous. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Davis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't really have much to add to that, other than to say, yeah, it's quite right to say it's not just downtown. In fact, a major part of the work done by the security unit is in our housing developments. And you know, just think of the issues we had with the supportive housing, Marlene Ave and Eagle Place, where originally it was in with a different operator and with very little security. And we all know what happened. And since then, since the city began operating that through our staff and social services, a large component of the making it run more effectively and with less impact on the neighborhood was the security. And that's a pretty constant security. It's critical for the success of that particular housing building that be there. And then of course, Lorne Towers, it's before, if there was a security problem, police would be called. And then depending what else they were dealing with, they would arrive either very promptly or not. We've heard reports from residents there and our manager at the facility that the security team responds very, very promptly. In fact, does proactively inspect and patrol that particular building. And you've got buildings all the way through every ward, and the security unit it has been a great assist in dealing with security issues and dealing with it proactively too. And then of course we have the downtown where, you know, we are the largest landowner of property in the downtown, and the next largest landowner, Laurier, they of course have their own security, and they're not going to be stopping their security program because we have special constables patrolling downtown. And the reason why is because they realize they have to deal and monitor what's happening inside their buildings and their properties. And yes, the special constables are a great assist in dealing with the issues. However, they're not meant to be, as I think Councillor Wall said, a patrol unit. I mean, they patrol the public sidewalks and roadways, but not private buildings. And then we have the parking garage. If you've seen the security detail reports, we've seen them. The number of incidents that they've been dealing with demonstrated to me that, you know, it was really critical. Could not rely on the police to provide the security into the parking garage. It's too big. The entry points are too numerous. And certainly the security, I think, has done a great job in terms of that particular property. So, and as Chief Davis said, it's a really important component to his vision of the stratified policing for our city. And lastly, I think it's a very primary and important goal of this municipality that we want people to feel safe downtown. And that has been one of the major obstacles to having people come downtown. They don't feel safe. And this, I think, will be continuing to maintain this security presence with the special constables, with Laurier, and with more proactive by law enforcement. My goal is, and I think our goal is, that it means we're going to have a much safer downtown, a more vital downtown, people feeling more comfortable downtown, including hopefully many thousands of more students at Laurier and Conestoga. So hope everybody supports it. Thanks.
Councillor McCurdy.
Thank you, Chair. The cost of this, am I clear that the cost of this is $400,000 per year?
Through the chair, Councillor, this is the cost in 2022. The cost in 2023 is just around $900,000 annualized. This is for the period of time from August 1st through to the end of December. The pilot project is funded until the end of July, and this will continue for the remainder of the year in 2022, and then be annualized in the 2023 budget.
So it's actually closer to $1 million a year. Is that correct, Rick?
That's correct.
Okay. And I wonder, for the benefit of folks who aren't as learned as we are on the topic, could you describe precisely the number of hours of service per day?
Councillor, through the chair, I would have to do some math on that. We are talking about multiple individuals 24/7. So the cost is going to be for at least 2 individuals 24/7 and 3 during certain periods of the day. So for 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So it adds up in terms of the math, but I don't have that right in front of me.
Okay. Would you be able to say how many hours a day they might spend at Lorne and Brant Towers?
through the chair, that would depend on the activity and the incidents, but they would be stopping in at Lorne and Brant multiple times a day. Each patrol shift would touch base at that site at least once in the shift, and more than once if there's an opportunity to do that based on activity in other sites, or there's a requirement for response.
So they'd be there when bingo gets out?
That would depend on what else is going on in the city, councillor.
And would that be similar for the frequency of visits to Albion Towers?
Yeah, similar frequency, councillor. It would depend on what else is going on. We have a list of sites that each shift is expected to attend, and that is recorded through their GPS tracking when and where they are. And the intent is that they hit all of the locations in every shift at least once, but that of course is dependent on whether they're retained, dealing with an incident at one site that keeps them there longer.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's another cost, and that is if we do nothing. It won't attract people to our downtown. We won't attract students to our post-secondary operations, and the reputation and the image of our downtown will get worse without these actions. It is very expensive. There's no doubt about that. But we've got a big problem. It needs to be brought under control. I think with this and the addition of the 8 special constables, it's the right thing to do right now. And I hope that, the next 6 months will start to show some positive improvement on criminal activities in the downtown area, and make this more of an investment in the downtown's future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Thank you, Chair. Can we get a list of the sites, or do you know the list offhand of where our security is currently going for the community to our buildings?
Through the councillor, yes, I have that information. Steve can step in if I get it wrong, but hold on a second. I'm just going to flip to that page here and tell you the answer to that question. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Through the chair. So the request was for the number of, or the different sites patrolled by the mobile team?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, so I have a list here. I'll go through the sites that are patrolled. So these sites are the sites that the team started off with: Albion Towers, Beckett Adult Leisure Center, Brantford Public Library, Brant Towers, the Civic Center, City Hall, Daleview Gardens, Earl Hague, Eastdale Gardens, 84 Market, Farmers Market, Harmony Square, Heritage House, John Noble Home, Lorne Towers, Lucy Marco Place, the Parkade, Market Square, POA Court, Riverside Gardens, Sanderson Center, Transit Terminal, Victoria Park, Winston Court. Now that's the original scope of the mobile team. And as mentioned, since the beginning of the pilot project, they've expanded to patrol additional properties. They include, sorry, I think I missed Marlene Avenue there. So the additional properties that are included are the airport, Memorial Park, Central Park, Mohawk Park, Dogford Park, Devon Down Park, Alexandria Park, Airedale Park. All of the parks facilities, there's the Lions Park Sports Complex, Woodman Park Community Center, Wayne Gretzky Sports Center, New City Hall, Brandland Community Center, and the Brantford Skate Park.
Okay, so that's increased significantly, but your bodies haven't increased. Would that explain why some areas have seen a decrease in coverage?
It would be fair to say that the demands on the team has significantly grown since the beginning of the project, and we haven't had additional resources in terms of patrol guards and members of the mobile team. So the patrols do have to be less frequent at some of the properties to accommodate.
Do we get
all
a
the sites.
timestamp of how long they spend at each location? Are some locations having more time spent? Like, quite frankly, I'm hearing about cars at Airedale Park all the time, and I don't have, and I used to see not only cars, but security downtown. I could see them physically downtown, and I'm not, people are saying they don't see them, and I'm saying I don't see them either on the street. So I can understand with the growth that you're being spread pretty thin.
Yeah, so in regards to Airedale, that's actually separate, and we have a separate security team that's deployed to Airedale. However,
it's not paid through these funds, correct?
Correct. So
I wanted that clear.
Yes, yeah. So that's true, and we still have other sites that require extra attention. So and that's really based on the volume of activities that the team is encountering on those properties. So we do have a few priority sites such as the Parkade and Lauren and Brent Towers. And depending on trends and incident trends, we kind of shift our resources to try to maximize the effectiveness of the team. So there is a fluctuation in the patrols. They are both scheduled and random. And that scheduling component really tries to tackle where we're experiencing more security incidents.
Thank you, Mr. Remnith. I appreciate the answer. Mr. Chair, please put me back on the list. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Steve. Steve, we started with the list and then we've added. How is it determined when a location gets added? Who determines that? How does something have to happen? How do we determine that?
So locations are usually added to the patrol route of the team after following consideration of security concerns that are either brought forward by staff or the community. We investigate those concerns, and we essentially line up the patrols to kind of maximize the efficiency. So if there's a location that's already being patrolled close to a new potential location, we will add it in to the patrol to kind of make sure that the guards can reach that area while they're in the area, so that we're maximizing the team's efficiency. So there's a assessment done anytime we're adding additional site of the security issues that are being encountered in relation to that property. And then we also work on integrating that with our scheduled patrols based on how we can integrate that most effectively to get the most number of patrols during each shift.
Okay, and so once a location is added because there's been a concern or something's happened, how are things reevaluated? How would you know if something was just kind of a blip and it was a weird circumstance, or just really it's working, right? Security's there, so we don't have any more issues.
Yeah, so typically if it is one or two incidents, we add it to the patrol route for a short period of time, and we spend extra attention providing extra deterrence and extra patrols, and we reevaluate after a period of time. Usually if there are, two, three incidents over the past couple of weeks or months, we'll probably add that to our patrols for the following month or two, just to add a security presence to that site and kind of deter and report any activity that's observed. And if we observe that it's not kind of a continuing trend, we will scale back the mobile patrols And that's how we've been approaching it. It's really based on how frequently we're encountering incidents at these properties.
Okay, thank you. And last question. This was a pilot, and so presumably we want to move forward with it, which tells me that we think it's successful. How is that measured? How do we measure our success?
So success is measured, there are a variety of indicators of success for this type of program, and that includes feedback coming from the community, from our staff, and it also includes a data-driven approach where we're looking at the volume of incidents that we're encountering at various properties, and we're observing that the security measures are making an impact in terms of reducing the volume of incidents and the volumes of concerns that we're receiving. So it's both driven by statistics when it comes to the incidents that are being encountered, the severity and types of incidents, and the locations of the incidents, and in relation to how we're deploying our security team. So one thing that we've encountered throughout the project that we've had to grapple with is displacement of certain incidents from one area to another when we're allocating more resources to one area versus another. And again, that's one way to measure how impactful the team is being in terms of deterring incidents. And then we're also looking at things like response times for how prompt of a service that folks can rely on in terms of response times, and anecdotal feedback coming from folks in the community and our staff.
Excellent. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Steve. I promise not to interrupt when you're answering the question. I won't do it. Is it not true? I mean, I think I recall that there was a similar amount of incidents and reports that were generated from the parkade as there were from the combination of every other city-owned site. Is that correct?
So the parkade does account for a significant portion of the overall volume of security incidents reported, and I have that an updated number here. So for 2021, from January till end of December, the parkade accounted for approximately 44% of the overall volume of incidents across all city-owned properties.
So over half.
44%. So just under half.
Right. Going forward, if we were to somehow, Steve, find a way of reducing that number at the parkade, arguably that would increase presence just about everywhere else by a certain faction, wouldn't it?
Sorry, Councillor, can you repeat the question?
Is my mic working, actually? Yeah? Okay, all right. If we were to, in one way or the other, reduce the amount of need for visits to the parkade, that would increase the amount of available time and visits for all the other locations. That's correct, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and can you give me an approximate amount of time that 44% represents for our team? How many hours is that?
Well, to give you a bit of context, we do have a 24/7 security guard presence at the facility in addition to our mobile team. So that 44% of incidents is not strictly representative of the mobile team's resources in terms of their time spent patrolling and responding to incidents at the property. That would be in addition to what we have, a 24/7 security guard that is specifically dedicated to the parkade. And so that 44% accounts for all of the incidents reported by both that guard that's deployed at that facility, as well as our mobile team that provides additional support.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, before I go to second time speakers, this extra $1 million a year, this is for enhanced security?
Through the chair, I'll take that question. Councillor Martin, the cost of the program is an enhancement over the pre-COVID, pre-pilot static security, but it is not a dramatic enhancement over what the pilot service has been delivering over the last 18 months or 14 months or so. We're not talking about augmenting more than what you see our team doing this month. It would not be different in August or December, but that is an increase over our base level of security, which did not include the mobile patrol.
And what was the dollar value of that base level of security?
That's baked into our operational budgets in the different facilities, and it's in the order of approximately $600,000 a year.
Okay, once this is, assuming this passes, will this then be integrated into other budgets, or will this be kept separate?
That's a discussion we're having with the finance team as to how it's tracked in the budget and whether it needs its own business unit or whether it would be spread over the other business units like other security. That is part of the discussions going forward with the finance team.
Okay, Councillor Wall, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct what I said earlier. I spoke at a turn when I kind of just spoke purely about the downtown. I think you can tell what was on my mind. I didn't mean in any way to slight the great work that this team is doing throughout the rest of the community. And everything I said about all the good that they're doing for the downtown, I mean for the work that they're doing throughout the town. But I also stand by my statement that it shouldn't be necessary. And I hope that one day it isn't necessary. But right now it is. Just because I have the floor, and because I know that this is a topic that our media partners are watching and following along, and I'm sure members of our community are as well. One of the things I was told early in this career, when I'm talking to constituents about these issues we're dealing with in our community, is that it's going unreported. And it alarms me because look at how much is being reported, yet so much still isn't. And I want to just share that sage piece of advice that if you see something abnormal, if you see something weird or going on, call it in. But there seems to be concern on who to call and when to call and why to call. And we're continuing to work on that from a communications level. But Steve, if you're there, if somebody wanted to call our security, how would they do that? Where would they go? And then could you please, for anybody watching and for our media partners at home, could you elaborate on what would be the difference between calling you and calling the police? Like when would they call you? And then when would they call the police? Not you specifically, for the record.
Thanks. Through the chair to Councillor Wall. So our city security guard team can be reached by calling them on the phone. So their main line to reach that service is 519-761-9647. And again, that will allow you to reach the city security guard team. They patrol and respond to incidents across city-owned properties, and we ask that they be contacted if any prohibited activities or safety concerns are encountered on city-owned properties. And again, as mentioned, this is really a collective effort in terms of tackling a lot of the safety and security concerns that we're encountering in the community. And the more eyes that we have and the more support and folks that are reporting these issues, the more effective we can collectively be in addressing these concerns. And in regards to emergency services and contacting the police service, it's recommended to contact the police service anytime there's a situation where there's imminent threat of harm or danger, either to yourself or anyone else. And they can be called in that situation at the emergency number at 911.
In the event that somebody called your team, and it was not something you could respond to, what's your standard procedure?
In any situation like that, we take the position of navigating resources and referring folks to appropriate resources that'll be helpful. So if there is an emergency situation and the team is contacted, we do support folks in facilitating a call to the Brantford Police Service. And if there are other services that we're aware of that may potentially be beneficial, our guards are equipped with a directory of resources of local community supports that can be accessed by folks in the community. So we share that information with anyone that we come in contact with over the phone and through our patrols and responding to incidents.
So much like our emergency services, your team is faced with just disgusting behavior. And thank you so much to you and your team for the hard work that you do to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Councilor McCreary.
Chair, thank you very much. Steve, thanks for your input tonight. So we provide the security service to 84 Market Street, right?
Through the chair, yes, we do.
Okay, so if there's an incident at 84 Market Street, our guys will turn up and deal with it.
Through the chair, 84 Market is just in the position of currently transitioning to a different owner. So it would be coming very shortly off the list of city properties that we would be able to be responding to. It is in the patrol area, so we're in the vicinity. But
yeah, so up until the day that it acquires a new owner, we're good to patrol it and look after issues there.
Correct.
But when the new owner takes over, it comes off our list.
Correct.
So folks can still create havoc at 84 Market Street when the new owner buys it, and that'll still have an impact on what goes on, deleterious to students and people in the downtown core, because we don't respond to private property complaints, do we?
Through the chair, it depends on what the complaint is. The security guard team does not respond to incidents on private properties. It's strictly on city-owned properties. However, if it were a situation involving an encampment, for example, we do coordinate with our city bylaw staff that are able to respond.
With respect to the old city hall, we'll respond to a report of somebody breaking into the building, but if they're breaking into the museum across the street, we won't respond unless we see it happen, right? So the behaviors in the downtown are not abated by our activities. They're simply abated on the properties that we own and patrol. Is that a fair assumption? Maybe that's not a question that staff could or should answer. Do we know of other cities that provide their own stratified security service?
Through the chair, we do know of a few municipalities that have implemented a similar model. That they include City of Kitchener, City of Mississauga, City of Toronto, just to name a few.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Steve. Do we patrol the medians, city medians, to enforce the safe streets provision that would seem to eliminate people begging on street corners?
Through the chair, the security team does not do that those types of incidents are reported to Brantford Police Service.
Yes. So we're just looking at we're patrolling our own buildings and dealing with our own issues and our own liabilities, right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. One other question, Mr. Chair.
Make it quick.
Yeah. Through finance staff, could you indicate what, I believe the annualized cost is about $900,000. Can you tell us what $900,000 means in terms of a tax increase to local taxpayers, residential taxpayers, the average home? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, every $100,000 increase is approximately $2, so it would be approximately $18.
$82.
No, 18.
18?
18, yeah.
18, sorry. $18. Councilor Van Tilburg, did you still wish a second speaking?
I did. Thank you, Chair. Steve, how long has this program been in effect as the pilot program?
Through the chair, it's been in effect since January 11th, 2021.
Of 2021. So we're about
just over a year in.
Just over a year now. So we have actually had our taxpayers pay for this as a pilot program to the cost of $1 million. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, so the original pilot program was paid through our capital. So technically it's still all tax, but yes, through the capital budget.
So we paid it. We've spent that money. So eventually there's only one taxpayer, whether we say it's capital or operations. Now we're actually going to put it where it belongs, into operations. And so, you know, there's two ways to look at this. You can either say, we know, I think it's been demonstrated to many councillors, the benefit of having security downtown. The downtown BIA championed getting us cops and security in the downtown. We got the security first. There are gaps and holes, which is why we're going to the special constables, but the security is still needed to protect city buildings and create an environment of safety in the downtown. So we have been spending this money. The question before us really is, do we want to keep this as a pilot program going on at these 6-month intervals, or do we accept that this is a new normal? And when I see something that has been completely different, and you know, I know what's been happening in my ward and the downtown, and particularly when I see changes within the Beckett building, their concerns for security. When we saw what happened across on the other side of the Grand River and the Lauren Towers and Bell Towers, we never had that in the past. We've never been in a position where we needed to have security come to provide safety to senior residents. We're finding we're having to do this in all parts of our community, and that's why when you see that list spread, it's not perfect. We know it's not perfect, but I also know when I've had to interact and things are happening on private property, they're the first ones that are able to engage and contact the police. They work with a synergy, and I think we're going to see a greater synergy when the special constables arrive with them. It is a necessary evil, and we're there. And maybe some communities aren't at that place or have not realized that this is what they need to do. For years, I've heard people complain about how dangerous our parking garage feels to them, particularly women. I've always been a bit of a fool that way. I never think about it. As we try to use that parking lot more and more and have more people in there, people going back and forth to work at all hours, particularly they're going to be city staff now. We are obligated to make them safe, to make everybody safe, to make everyone feel safe. Like, I am pleased with these outcomes. It's not perfect. I'm not, you know, you can't say I found the magic bullet, but man, I know what it was like before they were here. And I also know that we're trying to get bathrooms that can be opened up. We're going to need security for that. So I would hope that everyone supports this. You know, if you really have hesitation.
Councillor, wrap it up, please. You're over your time.
Very good. Please support this. And if you don't, at least support extending it versus trying to kill it.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share some of the comments that Councillor Wall made in terms of it makes me sad that this is where we are. And I remember saying that at one of our previous meetings, but the fact is this is where we are until we can address the larger issues that have to be addressed. This is what we need to do. A question through you to staff that I'm not even sure if it can be answered, but it was spurred by somebody else's comments. Is there a point, so we talk about people feeling safe because security's down there, right? Is there a point where that having too much security or too many, security vehicles driving around makes people start to feel the opposite? Why is there a need? And I don't think we're there. I'm not suggesting we're there, but is this something that we look at? That does it start to create the opposite effect? If nobody can answer that, then nobody can answer that. I just wondered if other communities have looked at that. Because we've had some comments about the opposite feelings.
Through you, Chair Martin, Councillor, it is difficult to answer. I see your point of view is if there is an issue, too many. I mean, even with police and constables and security and everybody down in the downtown, somebody may think something is up, something wrong. So it could have that perception, but like you said, we're not there. We're mobile. We're moving around the whole city. And it also has the reverse effect, which is the feeling of safety as well. Brian.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I have a great deal of confidence in our police chief and this stratified process that he's looking to get to. And I understand the rationale. He's taken a lot of time to explain that to us. And this is one of the things that we hear loud and clear from our residents. And one of the things that they're willing to put money into is any type of I would classify this in with our emergency services as well. So thank you to staff for all the questions on this. And I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but I think we really need this. Thank you.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I heard the phone number explanation, it kind of concerned me. If it's 2:00 on Saturday night and somebody sees something going bad downtown, how do they know how to get a hold of you? There's a phone number that you just told us. That's the first time I've ever heard that number. Where would a member of the public get that number?
Through the chair, the public can also contact the City of Brantford after hours number, and they can connect them with the security guard team. They also have the phone number and can connect directly to our security team.
Does the public know that? How have we promoted that?
So through you, Chair Martin, Councillor, I think with this approval, we will promote that even more so. But generally, our customer contact center does have our 4150 number and connects any type of emergency, whether it's ops or parks or anything that we do see, and connects to the appropriate group that needs to react. So with this, we will take that into advisement and work on a communications plan to get that information out to the community.
Thanks, Indy. I think that would be a very good step. But also, I think it might not be a bad step. That number should be distributed to every resident in Lorne Towers, in Brant Towers. Those folks have trouble reading phone books. The printing's too small. Like they've got to find somebody fast. Something's wrong. They've got to get a hold of somebody, and they're spinning in circles. They don't know. They call the police.
If I can, through you, Mr. Chair, we do have them at all our housing sites, according to Ms. Kirchnoff, who's the manager there. We have the security number in all our communications to all our tenants of all our properties, as well as newsletters and posters throughout the buildings. So it isn't in all our buildings that we operate, like Lauren Tower and Brand Tower you're referring to, Councilor.
Well, that's good to hear, Brian. Is that posted on every floor?
I'm going to call a friend, Donna Kirchhoff is saying this in the background on our jabber, so I'm going to ask Donna to answer that question. Donna?
Good evening, Donna Kirchhoff, Manager of Housing Operations. Throughout the buildings, we do have it posted. We have community bulletin boards in the lobby. I do not believe that they are posted on each floor, but we do hand deliver newsletters to each individual tenant so that they would have a copy of that information in their unit.
That's great, Donna. That's good to hear, Donna, because these folks are most vulnerable and probably the most intimidated by something bad happening around them. That I think it's really important that we have this thing right at their fingertips so that they can, not only should it be on that newsletter that they receive, but they should be told, keep that newsletter by the phone so that if you ever need this number, there it is, and help will come if you call that number. But I think when you get up into the age of a lot of our tenants, I think that's an important thing to do it might seem obvious to you and I, but it's not so obvious to somebody who's in a panic that just saw something or just got scared and now they're flustered. They don't know what to do. There should be some type of, I think, formal way to say to these folks, this is where you go for help if you see something that you don't think's right.
Yes, absolutely. And one of our considerations is to have fridge magnets put together for all of our tenants so that they have that information right on their fridges.
That's a super idea. Thanks, Donna. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councilor McCurry.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to suggest that we go to the vote and then adjourn briefly for dinner.
Actually, I had no one else on the speaking list, so thank you for that, but it's not necessary. We'll call the vote right now.
Yes.
The referral of the post-pilot corporate security program is carried on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those in favor, Councillor Sluss, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Antosky, Sokoli, Martin, Van Tilburg, Wall, and Utley. Those against, Councillor McCreary.
Okay, which brings us to a good point to break for dinner. We'll be back at 6:30. Okay, 6:30. Please turn your cameras on if they're not. Make sure we got quorum. Okay, now we're on to the unmet need green bin program. And this also has a resolution like the last one, so we'll need a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor and read the motion. Councillor Utley, second by Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been put off for so many years, and would you like me to read the resolution first?
Yeah,
I will do that. Thank you. That proposed. Let me get here. That report number 2022-77 proposed green bin program implementation be received, and B, that the following be referred to step 10 of the budget worksheet for consideration. 1, that the general manager of public works or designate be directed to implement a weekly curbside green bin collection program for household and organic waste materials affected from November the 1st, 2023. The following actions being approved to phase in the operational costs of the green bin program. A, 1A, $550,000 annual increase to the operating budget from 2022 to 2025. B, one-time transfer of $1.2 million from the capital funding envelope reserve, RF 0556. C, establishment of a green bin program reserve for the purpose of holding these funds. And D, addition of one full-time curbside inspector effective July the 1st, 2022. And 2, that the general manager of public works will designate be authorized to finalize contract terms and pricing with the city's current solid waste collection services contractor, Waste Connections of Canada, to provide for the separate collection of organic green bin waste materials at curbside. And 3, that council approve the non-competitive procurement for the collection services of organic waste materials from Waste Connections Canada pursuant to section 4.02E and M of the purchasing policy for an upset limit of $2.184 million plus HST. And 4, that the necessary amendment agreement in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor between the corporation of the city of Brantford. Excuse me. No, where was I? Collection of just bear with me, Mr. Chair. I think the corporation of the city of Brantford and Waste Connection of Canada be placed on a signing bylaw for execution by the mayor and clerk. 5, that the general manager of public works or designate be directed to issue a solicitation compliant with the purchasing policy for a multi-year contract for the receiving, transporting, processing, and marketing of organic green bin waste materials. And 6, that the general manager of public works and the purchasing officer be authorized to execute the agreement with the successful contractor for the receiving, transporting, processing, and marketing of organic green bin waste materials for an upset limit of $1.345 million plus HST. And 7, that the necessary bylaw to amend Chapter 440, garbage collection removal of the City of Brantford Municipal Code to implement an organic diversion program and any other necessary updates as required be presented to City Council for adoption. And 8, that the clerk be directed to forward a copy of report number 2022-77 to the Environmental and Sustainability Policy Advisory Committee, or SPAC. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I certainly do support this. We have to make that decision at some point. We've been putting it off for a while, and I think this is the time to make that decision. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Chair Martin. This has been going on for a long time. It's something that's been a top priority for me for 7 years. I believe it was Councillor Kings who first brought it up in the term previous to my coming on council. So it's been here a long time, and we're certainly hearing it from our residents, particularly people that are moving into our community because they want to be part of our community. And we budget time, we do a lot of talking about costs, and we don't use the word investment very much. And I think that this is an investment in our community for a number of reasons. We talk about our landfill and the cost that will be down the road to figure out a solution for that. We should be looking at all of these things as the triple bottom line. People live in a community, and the things that they want and they like are addressed by different ways. There's the social impact, there's the environmental impact, and of course there's the financial impact. But all of these things contribute to what a place is where people want to live. So I'm hoping we get support for this. I understand that starting this up is expensive. It's something we're going to do eventually. So it's one of those things I just don't agree with kicking down the road. Entering this into our next contract should be better. And I can say a lot of the things that were said about the previous item that we talked about. Residents have asked for this. There's another cost if we do nothing. It's the right thing to do. And I think the time is right, and staff is ready for this. Our residents are ready for this. There'll be a huge educational component to this. And I suspect if we were to ask, say, Maria or someone in customer contact, they probably are also hearing quite a bit about this. So I hope that we can support this and get moving on and get caught up with some of the other municipalities in Ontario. Thanks so much.
Mayor Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, it's the right thing to do. And frankly, I think all of us were probably a little uncomfortable when 2 years ago, the thinking was we would do this in 2025, really because the province is going to insist that every municipality do it. And I think over the last year or two, we've all come to realize, most of us, that this is something we need to do sooner. It's important for extending the life of our landfill. It's important for dealing with the issue of climate change, and certainly having green bin and collecting of green organics is an important part of our climate change action plan. But what is really impresses me about this is how responsibly we're acting. We're advancing it by 2 years, but we're also trying to set the groundwork for the success of the next council. Because we can just sit here and go, no, the 1.2 million that we put into our capital budget to buy all the bins and things and re-equip the transfer station, and this, which is kind of creating a reserve, we could have said, no, we're not going to do this year. All we're concerned about is driving this budget figure as low as possible and let the next council worry about it. But by doing that, though, you'd make it almost impossible for the next council to do it sooner than 2025. It would take like a 2% tax increase in 1 year just for green bins. So no question, this is this council acting responsibly, responding to the concerns and wishes of a great number of our residents, and then doing it responsibly, keeping in mind that we're trying to set, every council should lay the foundation for the next council's success. And I think we're doing that. I think we can be proud of it, assuming it all passes. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wall.
It's about time.
Okay. It was short and sweet. Councillor Vanderstel.
I thought I had time for a coffee, but I guess not. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I recall the survey results on the budget correctly, this did rank quite high, of course, in comparison to increase investment into golf, and I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to see that people are excited about this. And if my math's not wrong, I'm not trying to be rude about it, but had we done this 7 years ago, we would have added 35 years to the tipping face. It's overdue. It's not time. I believe it's overdue. It's something that we should be doing with this stream, as well as a few other streams that we can divert to another direction. And I'm going to support this 100%. That's how, quite frankly, that's how many of us grew up, separating our garbage, separating the biodegradables, and using that. I think it's time we return to that. I think it's a wise thing to do, and it's overdue. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Bentover.
Over the years, this is possibly the most requested item that we failed to deliver on. And we do. We try to get the budget down as low as possible each and every year. And often between timing, contracts with when the garbage contracts come and we've got to define what we're going to do, the money isn't there. It gets pushed to the wayside and people go without again, and they still see a tax increase. They're not happy. You're going to see something tangible. You're going to see something that you want, that you've been asking for, that's needed, that benefits the city. It's a win-win-win for all, and it's going to cost us a little bit of money. Now is the time. This would be the year and the hardships where we would be saying, yeah, we've got to do everything possible to keep our taxes down for our residences. Taxes would go up, as the mayor said, significantly if we did nothing and bypassed on this green bin proposal now. So now is the time. It's about time. It's the right time. It's past time. Now is the time. So I'm very much supporting this motion. I'm expecting that we are going to get significant support on it. And I believe when we see the results from the community, rather than criticizing us for all the things they're going to do, they're going to say the same things. And they're going to welcome the green bins into their community. And we won't let them down this time. We won't hold off on it, and it'll come through. So I got my fingers crossed on this one.
Councilor Sless.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I view this one very similar to the last item we debated. It's something that when you deliver it, there's an instant identified action that's taken place. They'll see the downtown getting better. I see it already. In fact, today when I had to go to the vets, and the vets out in the country in our case, and I drove through the downtown on purpose coming back and just to see the lay of the land down there. And I can tell you, it looked better. I didn't see the street corners filled with grocery carts and things and people just with nothing else to do but to hang out there. It looked cleaner. It looked better. And that's a real thing. That's not something that you can say, well, no, we're going to benefit at some point. And the same thing is here. You can quantify it financially very easily. I think I heard earlier this evening that this will extend the life cycle of our landfill by 5 years, just by starting this program now. Well, it's hard to put a dollar value on 5 years, but I can tell you that there's going to be sticker shock at the point in time when we have to create a new landfill site. If we think this is expensive, this is free compared to what you're going to face when you try and establish a new landfill site. If you can establish one, if you can even get approvals to do that. So this is a big thing. I think it is probably one of the biggest things that we've done since I've been on council, and it's visible. And I guess those are the two things that I like. It's something that you don't have to say in 10 years from now, you're going to see the fruits of this labor. You're going to see them the year it's implemented. And I think that's very important. It's instant gratification for people. And I think they can relate to that. They understand going through downtown, it looks better. They understand that now they can put things out like you can in a lot of other cities, and have it dealt with responsibly instead of just filling up an area that we've designated to put all things we don't want. So I'm pleased to support this. I'm sure it'll pass. I'm hard pressed to see why somebody would say no, but I'll keep listening to the debate here, and maybe somebody will. And I'll be interested to see what they say. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. A question through the staff. If my memory is correct, I think we tried this once before, but nobody bid on taking the materials from the green bin, which is why it wasn't implemented sooner, is it not?
Dean Hodgins, manager of solid waste and gas utilization. Yes, Mr. Chair, that was true. It was 2 tenders ago. The tender before the tender we just ran that no one bid on the processing contract. So we were unable at that time to introduce something to council at that time.
Okay. And when the green bin program is set up, will yard waste be included in the green bin, or will that still be a separate operation?
Through the chair, typically the green bin program will permit small quantities of yard waste, but the processing itself is not geared towards that type of material. And we have our own processing facility at our landfill site, and we use that process to give away some of the compost to residents. So at this point in time, unless some sort of technology change occurs, the 2 programs will remain separate for the most part. You'll be able to put potted plants and small quantities of yard waste in your green bin, but we will be promoting still a separate program for each.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Sless kind of corrected himself when he said if we can even get a new landfill site. There won't be a cost for a new landfill site because we won't be able to get one approved. The cost for dealing with our garbage will be astronomical because we'll have to truck it somewhere else where they will take it. Toronto went through that years ago, and it's a horrendous undertaking, and it's bad on so many levels. So the more we can extend the life of our landfill, the better, because I doubt very much that it's replaceable. We are still hopeful that we will get at least some funding from other levels of government and perhaps communities around us to develop our own processing center to have digesters for the green bin material here. We already have capacity in our landfill gas utilization facility to utilize the methane, and it can become a revenue source by taking the materials from the communities around us. So it'll help to offset the extra cost that this represents now if we can get that in place and see revenues from that in the future. With that, we'll go to second time speakers. Councillor Antoskas. Oh, hang on. I didn't see Councillor McCurry.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I believe somebody said they couldn't understand why anybody would not vote against this, and I'd like to explain to you why I won't be voting against this. It's a great idea, right? The downtown security, it's a great idea. 8 firefighters, a great idea. More cops, great idea. All these things are great ideas, and they're all top priorities. We've got to do them this year because they're long overdue. We should have done the green bins years ago. 7 years ago, we should have done them, but we didn't. So we have quite a basket of priorities here in the corporation, the city of Brantford, but you know, nothing ever drops to the bottom and falls out. I've got a resolution that'll be coming to the floor maybe tonight if we get through it in time, and that's if God willing, if there's a seconder, because my ward mate's in the chair. But I want to make the point that for every new initiative that we undertake and every new priority that we seize upon, we should be reprioritizing something else in the corporation. My God, if it was up to us, we'd still be buying binder twine probably. And you know, we couldn't get by with a belt. We'd need suspenders too. So I would challenge folks that want to embrace new initiatives. And I've got no real issue with any of these things, except on the face of it that we just keep piling on the rabbit and adding more and more to the municipal basket of services. Our core mission long since has been lost track of, I think. So I would say, you know what, if you want to keep doing really new things and needful things in some cases, let's think about things that we don't need to do anymore, things that can be done by other municipal partners, things that maybe we shouldn't be doing at all. I would challenge us to have that exercise. We had it a number of years ago. The chair will remember when we had a stratification of 5 levels of services. And we also had an exercise every year where the CAO of the day had devised a roadmap to take us through, largely so Councillor Martin and I would not beleaguer and torture people for 7 or 8 nights on end going through line by line budgets. We used to be presented with a series of I can't remember what it was called now, but it was the mirror image to unmet needs. It gave us a list of things that we could decide not to do anymore. And the resolution I've got coming tonight, and I'll hint again that it sure would be nice to get a seconder to get that on the floor, would see us engage in that exercise. Okay, so why wouldn't I vote against this? I think I've explained it. It's not a bottomless pit, and priority setting should be the setting of priorities instead of just taking on more and more and more and more. So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Councillor Antofsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I come back to measuring by more than just one cost, and it's not just the dollar. And absolutely, we have to take that into account. We need to be fiscally responsible and be doing our best to address the needs of our community as well. But there's also the social and the environmental that is very important to many of our constituents. So I'm really appreciative that we're acting preventatively here. We're working forward instead of reactively, although we are a bit late to the game, and that's okay. We're trying to move this forward now, and anytime is good. Let's get it going. We pile things on to the budget lots of times through the year. This is here at budget time. We're incorporating, we're planning, we are laying the groundwork for future councils. I'm thrilled to hear that we're not just thinking about the 4 years in our seats. We're thinking about future councils. We're thinking about our kids. We're thinking about our grandkids. This is important. And again, I understand the sentiment in terms of cost, but this is investment. This is not strictly cost in my eyes. And I think that this is a very important thing to move forward. And I think that, as others have said, it's visible. It shows that we're listening. It shows that we've heard and that we've incorporated it at the appropriate time in our budget deliberations. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, we'll call the vote.
Yes, please. Absolutely.
Referral of the proposed green bin program implementation carries on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Utley, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sokoli, Antosky, Vanderstelten, and Mayor Davis. Those against, Councillor McCreary.
Okay, budget adjustments. Do members wish to make any motions to any other operating budget increases or decreases? Mayor Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to make a couple of changes, proposed changes, and they're not on the expense side, they're on the revenue side. And in particular, they're on the corporate financing page. You may recall we looked at that first or second night. And the first, and then also there are some relevant reports that came to us last night. You may have missed them. They came to us right before Committee of the Whole, but they're also also attached to the budget worksheet today in eScribe. So the first one I'd like to do is regarding investment income. And you may remember the discussion we had about that, and there is in our material today or last night a letter or memo from finance staff. Anyways, my proposal is that be increased, the revenue, from the 4,100,000 that's in the page 116 of the operating budget, and increase that by 200,000 to 4,300,000. And remember, we asked staff to take a look at that. We got a report late last night, this morning, and staff agreed, given the change in interest rates, expect the change, that that could safely be increased by 200,000. So looking for a seconder on that.
Second by Councillor McCurry.
Nothing further to say. I think it's
okay. Councillor McCurry.
Chair, thank you. I'm just looking for a very brief explanation as to why this wasn't in the budget, but now it's okay to do it.
Through you, Chair Martin. Certainly just getting some of our year-end numbers together has assisted in more fine-tuning this budget. When we put this budget together, we had some previous experience with 2020 where we actually didn't meet this budget target. We were approximately $200,000 short. Towards the end of last year, we did have some new investment opportunities become available to us, some new funds made available through one fund run through Municipal Finance Officers Association is providing some quite favorable returns. We do have 2/3 of our portfolio currently really in investments that are mid to longer term that aren't going to be impacted immediately by an interest rate increase. But certainly the smaller portion of our portfolio that we're holding for near-term purposes would be impacted. So we've just gone back and taken a second look at that, and we would be comfortable with increase of this size.
Thank you for that answer.
Are you confident that you'll meet the budget for 2021 for this line item?
Yes, Chair Martin, we've looked at our year-end analysis, and we do expect we're going to meet the target.
Okay, because in the actuals that I got, it's actually about 2 million short. So obviously there's been some changes.
Definitely some year-end interest accruals that need to happen. They're quite significant. And then what we aren't able to do yet that we're still estimating is the portion of that that's going to go back to our interest-bearing reserves once those entries are done. But based on our initial analysis and estimates, we're expecting to meet the budget at this time for 2021.
Okay. Councillor McCurry.
Thank you, Chair. Joelle, what's your estimate of the 2021 contribution to surplus?
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you asking about our year-end surplus position?
10-4.
I really can't provide an answer to that right now. We still have a number of outstanding year-end entries that are left to provide a corporate-wide result at this time.
Where were we at the end of the third quarter?
I would need to go back and look at those reports. They were quite complicated in dividing out impacts that were COVID related and weren't, and which we would be applying some of our COVID grant funding to. But I can go back and look and recirculate that.
I'm happy to spare you that work. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we'll call the vote.
Yes, me.
The motion carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sluss, Utley, McCurry, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sakoli, Antosky, Vanderstel, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, any other items?
Yeah, I've got another, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
This also is from that same page, 116. So my motion is seeking a seconder, is that the employee gapping line, which is currently at $2,118,656, that be increased by $200,000. So I'm looking for a seconder on that.
Yeah, Councillor
Vanderstel. And Brantford Council Chambers, you should change your name there, on the Zoom. I wouldn't know who you are, but I recognize you, that small little figure. So, Mr. Chair, I'm making this, and you may recall that earlier night, I was asking a lot of questions about this and made a statement because I was aware that it has become harder and takes longer to replace employees who leave. And we do have significant turnover in this corporation. And we were told by Anita, you may remember that, she came on and she acknowledged that. So I did ask staff to take a look at that, whether that figure, which would have just been taken from, last year and the years before, and also consider, I think they told us that the gapping last year was almost, I think substantially higher. I can't remember exactly the figure, but anyways. So, and I think staff in their memos to us today, or came to us last night, said this could safely be adjusted by $200,000. So that's the reason for it. And I'd say this, that it was based, I think a number of us were questioning that figure as soon as we saw it a week or so ago. And so I did ask staff to look at it, and they got back to us late yesterday, and they said they could accept 200,000 increase on this.
Okay, Councilor McCurry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I'll ask the same question. Can you indicate why what was not possible last week is possible this week?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly employee gapping is something that is very finicky, really can't be relied on. It does require a bit of a crystal ball. Certainly over the last 2 years, as resulting from the pandemic, like I had reported last week, there's been quite large gapping surplus numbers. We don't expect that's going to fully be to fruition when like in years to come, perhaps not sustainable. But when we looked back at the 2 years prior to the pandemic at this core city service tax supported gapping numbers, 2019, we only had a $50,000 surplus in that. And the year before that was $220,000. So quite small, but we do realize there's merit in what Anita provided the other night in her discussion, and that there is a bit of a new reality currently. So we would support recommending a conservative increase to this number at this point in time.
Do you have a recollection as to how many folks came and went from the corporation? I know we get that report at HR. I believe it's hundreds, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I actually don't have, oh, Brian's going to come on.
I'm just wondering if Anita's on and she can better, through Mr. Chair, if Anita Slokey's here and she can answer that question. Sorry, I guess she's not here. Heidi, do you have any idea?
No, through the chair, Heidi DeVries, General Manager, People, Legislative Services and Planning. Anita Slokey is not here tonight, but we can certainly get you that information.
Not necessary. I'm not in the business of make work projects for staff who are already busy enough. People can just imagine that it probably is more than 100 a year, perhaps as many as 200 a year, some years. Now, does this mean that staff will be managing to that number? Will staff be insisting on leaving positions vacant a little longer to try and meet our goal here of increasing gapping?
To you, Mr. Chair, this is something that's, between myself and the senior leadership team, as well being a part of that, we do monitor. But as Anita alluded to last week, the world has changed. It's becoming very more difficult to hire people. We're sometimes going to second, third times of interviewing times. So some things are harder to find. So that's why we're seeing a difference in gapping. But that's also that opportunity in dollar savings is actually a problem on the other side to get our work done.
Mm-hmm.
We still need people to get work done. And it's causing a huge problem for us when we replace them as well. So that opportunity dollars wise is actually a loss when it comes to actually getting work done.
Yeah, a double-edged sword. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Stel.
And sorry, I've just been fed the number by one of my staff. There's about 200 staff. You're correct. Good memory, Councilor McCurry. Roughly 200 staff turnover every year. And that's part-time staff to full-time staff, not all just full-time staff. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you to follow up on Councilor McCurry's question to Brian, our CAO. If my numbers are correct, I think there were 3,000 job vacancies in Brantford last month alone. Are we at serious risk here of, as you said, not being able to get our work done? I mean, if we can't convince people to come to Brantford, or it's an employee's market where they can afford to take the time to go anywhere they want, be it 25 minutes away from here, where they're offering perhaps better benefits package and better money. As a growing municipality with a 1.5% per year growth rate, highest in Canada, are we going to have some difficulty attracting people to actually do the physical work and the brain work that we need to get done here in the city of Brantford?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the short answer is yes. I happen to be at the end of the baby boom generation, and I've always been told my whole career that we're going to have an employment problem and a problem finding people. We're now starting to see that in my generation below me. At the office, we are starting to see that. And again, when I go around with Kevin Finney, as some of you else do, see our employers, the number one issue they have is getting employees. We're having the same issue as well. It's very difficult to get qualified employees that want to work, and that's affecting everywhere. People are going to have much flexibility today in the workplace.
So basically, Brian, gapping is just more of a fact of life now than it ever has been in the past, correct?
It is, but as I said to Councilor McCurry, it's a double-edged sword. It's one of those things where you're gapping because people are leaving. They're highly mobile. They're looking. Ms. DeVries and Ms. Saloki are working on a program for actually not just placing an ad in the paper, but the quality of life here in Brantford, the trails, the river, many things we can do. People are coming not just for money and jobs. They're coming for quality of life, for what they can do, and culture of the organization is a huge thing as well.
So we're trying to woo them. That's good news. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is it safe to say that when the pandemic is over and we get to whatever the new normal is, that the gapping number might have to be looked at again and reduced because we're able to hire people a little quicker?
I would say yes. We're going to have to look at that next year or maybe the year after, Councillor Martin. When things stabilize, but I think this issue of trying to find employees will stay, but how that'll affect dollars wise and timing will still be there. But yes, we're gonna have to look at this gapping dollar when things stabilize out.
Okay, Councillor Wall.
Thanks, Chair Martin. You're doing a great job, by the way. Been a while since I gave some kudos to our man, Kevin Davis, our mayor, Kevin Davis, is what I was trying to say there. This resolution and the resolution before this, I can't even imagine the hours of hard work, diving conversations. This is exactly the kind of creative, outside of the box thinking that I think many people expect from a mayor. And I know that I expect from a colleague, and kudos where kudos is due. Thank you for just doing a deep dive on this. I think it's funny that we're talking about staffing because, in my opinion, and I will continue to state this opinion to everyone who listens, every member of this council should be a full-time employee or a full-time representative. Not a single solitary person at this table treats this like a part-time job, even though on paper it is. And perhaps if all of us were here 9 to 5 every day doing this kind of work, we could find the kind of results that I think Councilor McCurry might be looking for. But with that said, we're not at full-time council yet, and one day I think we will get there. So kudos to our mayor. Thank you, Mayor Davis, for your hard work on this. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank our staff. I honestly went into the room the other day, and there were a couple of our team sitting there at the table, and I thanked them. I thanked them profoundly for all the hard work that they do to make these numbers make sense. You know, I know that I'm an elected official, and I know that I'm a representative of the people, and I know that I'm here because people asked me to be here, but that does not, by default, make me qualified to be making these decisions. And I am so thankful that we have such incredible staff here to advise us, to talk to us about what this actually means. And for anybody watching at home or anybody listening, This is hard work. We're not talking about money, just money. This is hard-earned money that people go to work every day for. And, you know, there are people in our community right now fighting to make ends meet, and every dollar matters. And this is going to save us money. And that's incredible work. Okay, thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, we'll call the vote.
Yes.
The motion carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Utley, McCreary, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sikoli, and Toski, Vanderstel, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, seeing no others, I come across one I missed asking the other day. The councillors' wages, there's a significant reduction there. Are we assuming that the new council won't be paid for the month and a half when they start their new jobs in after the election?
Chair Martin, are you referring to the overall members of council budget for 2022? Yeah. So that is not all just honorarium or wages. There was a removal in 2022 of some significant one-time items that were included as part of the 2021 budget. It included some council training with respect to social, sorry, I just lost it. Oh, here we go. Removal of one-time training for media relations, removal of one-time costs related to a council priorities review. There was a mid-year direction to reduce the meals budget for 2022 as well. So that's really what's contributing to the reduction in that budget.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Davis, you have the floor.
Yeah, I see Councillor Van Tilburg. He may have put his hand up for me. I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Van Tilburg then.
Yeah, with regards to that councillor budget and training, am I to assume that when the election happens and all new councillor faces show up, that there's a lot of training in those first few months, learning how things work? Rose is getting kind of a learn on the fly training, but there is a lot of training. How is that covered? Is that covered through a different budget source? Is there anyone that could answer that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not actually able to answer that. I'm not sure if someone from clerks would be able to provide that. I do know that, however, that the last time around there was a lot of training, but it was really provided through internal staff to those councillors without a lot of additional budget, I believe. I see Heidi's popped on.
Through the chair, that's correct. Ms. Daniels is correct. This budget is held through the clerk's department.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Davis.
Through you, Chair. Another resolution I'd like to make. I'd say this one comes out of, I think it's probably close to 100 hours I spent in the power merger and was intimately involved in negotiating some of the agreements. But anyways, I'll put it on the floor. If I can get a seconder, I'll then give you further explanation. And it also, I believe, is on the same page of the operating budget, that 116. It's corporate finance, which is our revenues. And I would move that we add an additional revenue into the corporate financing of $495,000, representing a special dividend to be paid by the new MergeCo Power Corp. Seeking a seconder.
That was seconded by Councillor Antosky.
Yeah. Okay, and so I'd like to explain this. And we had previously, a week or so ago, we saw that there's some dividends already in the budget. One is coming from a sale of some surplus property that was advanced because of the merger that may not have been sold for quite some time. And we've worked that in. A lot of that was worked into the capital budget. And also there, of course, is the there's the regular dividend, and also a dividend. It's called a stub year dividend from our current corporation, which will be winding down probably by April 1st. Well, it'll be merged into the new corp. But there also was another dividend, and you may recall this from our discussions. It was called a special dividend. And a special dividend has a special status. It's because most dividends, you calculate them at the end of the year. You look at how the business, the corporation's done, you calculate the profit, and then you make your decision on your dividend. Special dividend is in a fixed amount. And there is a fixed amount based on the agreement entered into with the two other municipalities and the hydro corps, energy corps. And it's $495,000 to be paid each year for 10 years. And it represents a return to us for us contributing the promissory notes, about 24 million, that we're adding that into the capital mix, the new corporation. And we're also got for that an increase in our shareholding interest. When I was making inquiries why this had not been included, and like I said, it's guaranteed by contract. It's not a dividend. The money is there to pay it because of what we've contributed in our promissory notes. This isn't dependent on there being profit. The reason I was given was that because the new board has not been struck, and I'll be on that board, that it wasn't put in for that reason. And so I might ask, if I might, Mr. Hutchings, if you don't just accept my word for it, Mr. Hutchings, is there in fact a special dividend that is an Appendix A, Schedule 3, Sub 2 of the shareholders agreement?
To you, Mr. Chair, that was part of my beginning. Schedule A of the merger participation agreed, Section 3, Item 2 calls for a special dividend. As the mayor said, normal practice is that special dividend to give the following year, and that's when we record the revenue. Not a special, normal practice for dividend is to give the next year, we record that as revenue. The mayor's legal training and myself had some debate about this the last few weeks, and that's one of the councilors may ask why this wasn't put in the original budget. There's some debate about this. I obviously checked with our lawyer who's involved in this merger, and this can be declared at any time. It doesn't have to be at the end of the year and for next year, and it'll be up to the new board to make this decision. But in our discussions in the last week or so with many of the members of the new board, they will be doing that after they merge on May 2nd, it looks like. I can't speak for that board. It looks very positive they'll be doing that. So that's why it wasn't in last year, but it's very tricky wording, no fiscal year, but we can definitely, if the board declares it in May, it would definitely come in this year's revenues.
Yeah, so I can just wrap it up. wrap it up. Sorry, got a bit cold today. So this is not a speculative dividend. It has to be paid by contract. And I thought, we in our budget, we put in all kinds of revenue items that are kind of predictions, right? But this is more than a prediction. The corporation has to do it, the new corporation. The only question is one of timing. But sorry, it's even more assured than a regular dividend. It doesn't depend on profit, and that's where my legal training came in. I'm not here as a lawyer, but I understand these deals, and I thought it didn't make sense to me that it wasn't in there. Other than, yeah, the board has not been struck yet, but that's, I consider that to be a formality, given that everything's signed and proceeding. So, anyways, that's what I'm suggesting be done. That's it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. And through you to staff. Could staff explain exactly why they did not include this in the budget?
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Martin, Councilor Martin, this was not included in the budget. There's some questions about clarity on this matter, whether it would be declared by the board this year, the new board, and or next year, fiscal year. So we've had that clarity. We didn't have that through the merger discussions that are going on in the behind the scenes. There was further clarity required of us, and our lawyer has told us the new board can declare this in May, and it can be recorded in this year's revenue. So it'll be up to the new board to make that decision. As the mayor has just said, it's a special dividend. It's not based on income. When we convert the promissory note on May 2nd in, they'll have that cash, and it's more than likely they can award that, and the new board will do that. At that time, when we did the budget, it was uncertain about this clause, the timing of this clause, but since that time, we've received clarity in the last few weeks.
We received clarity from a third party?
Received clarity, yes, by our solicitor at Goodman's, Mr. Gormley, as well as some of the other solicitors involved in this, Mr. Roger and Mr. Clark.
Okay, super. Now, the corporation of the city of Brantford, benefited quite a bit from our relationship with Brantford Hydro. Now that it's jointly held, we've lost a lot of revenue that we did receive. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chair, not this year. We have entered a new shared service agreement, which will be effective for a year from May 1, 2022 to 2023. Then they have a 1 year, if they want out of that agreement, 1 year to get out of that agreement. So the agreement is in effect till May 2024 for revenues from those shared service agreements.
So what precisely are we still sharing?
If I can through you, Mr. Chair, IT services, minimal legal advice at this point in time. It was minimal before. Customer service inquiries through customer service amounts, as well as forestry. And those are the 3 or 4 big ones that are coming to my mind. So those are them.
We heard earlier also from Mike that the fleet work that we were doing for Brantford Hydro is now being done by another party. And I think I can't recall exactly the numbers, Brian, that he mentioned, but I believe he indicated that we had a net loss of about $10,000. Did that mean that we have reduced staffing levels as a result of losing that work?
I'll speak to it. I'll let Mike Bradley jump in, but I'll start off if I can. First of all, the fleet work was never part of the shared service agreement with Brantford Transit. It was separate and apart. So the merger has nothing to do with the fleet work. That's in fact was a different arrangement. It was never in the shared service agreement. So that's a little separate, but I'll let Mike, Mike's still on. He's going to pop on and he has an accounting brain. So I'll let him talk about that $10,000 difference. Mike?
Right. Through the chair, yes. We still do need the mechanics. I mean, our fleet has grown substantially over the last few years with all the new vehicles that we've been purchasing. So, yeah, I mean, it is a hit to our budget, but it was probably only about, I believe about half a mechanic worth of work that we did for them.
Okay, so that's simply something you obviously couldn't. As last I checked, you could not split a mechanic down the middle and still have you couldn't have 2 functioning halves. So you obviously can't reduce your complement by 0.5 because, well, I wouldn't want to think what would result. Thank you, Mike. That's a good explanation. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I just have a couple. Mr. Hutchings, the loss of the interest from the promissory note and the reduced dividend from Brantford Energy for 2022, is this special dividend not needed to make that up, or has that been made up from the dividend from the sale?
To you, Mr. Councillor Martin, Chair, it's made up through the sale. So we will receive the normal annual dividend. We'll receive 4 months of interest. The difference will be the 8 months of interest. That'll be made up through the sale of the special dividends for that sale. And that'll make us whole like we were previous years. And this will be in addition to that.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, we'll call the vote.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Utley, McCreary, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sikoli, Antosky, Vanderstelt, Mayor Davis.
Okay. Joel Daniels, could we have a overview of step?
Hey, Mr. Chair, I got another one.
You gotta be a little quicker with your hand then, Mr. Mayor.
Well, if you look at the screen, you'd see it. It's actually just
the screens.
It's actually just a question, and it's to Joelle. I may have heard this morning there may be some adjustment on the base fire budget, or did I mishear that? And if you just clarify that. So. I guess the question is there any further adjustments that need to be made to any of the department budgets based on information that's come to light, or did I just mishear that? I mean, I wasn't in the office today. I'm not feeling well, so maybe I.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I'm not aware.
Yeah, okay. I must have misheard something. Thanks.
Okay, Joelle, while you're there, we'll get you to provide an overview for step 10A.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, we jumped around a little bit here. So just going back. So step 10A is just to advise the committee of the budget for the executive and legislative. So we have spoken a bit about this already. So the executive and legislative budget includes the budget for the mayor's office and members of council. The documents for that begin on page 7 of the budget document. There is no presentation being provided on this budget, but if there may be other questions.
Mayor Davis.
Yeah, I want to crow about my budget. It's 0.67 increase, I think. And it's not, I'm not going to crow about it, but I really, it's interesting that the shift to a new city hall, there's been a real push to reduce paper and to go electronic. In fact, it's even hard to find the printer. The printer's on the second floor to go and use it. And the garbage can is, I don't have a garbage can in my office. I've got to walk 3. So the end result is the savings you see in our goods, that is real, that's real savings. A lot of that's paper and the paper supplies. And I guess that's good, is it not, Councillor Antosky helping in respect to climate change. And also the work from home models. So the staff are working a couple days a week from home. And we've also experienced some savings through that. And the other savings comes through, we're just buying fewer goods as well because fewer people in the office. So I'm pleased to say that through the efforts of my staff and the synergies we knew we were going to see from the move to New City Hall, I'm seeing it in our own budget, mayor's budget.
Okay, any other questions on this section? Okay, do any members wish to make any motions to any other operating budget increases or decreases? 10B. Seeing none, we'll move on to 10C. Joel Daniels, could you please provide an overview of 10C with the revised worksheet due to the unmet need referrals?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we do have a revised budget now with the reductions that were just approved. So those reductions totaled $895,000. So the revised budget is currently $171,849,364. That's a total budget increase of 1.19%. And how that breaks down between local boards is 3.63%, and the city controlled portion of the budget is 0.05%. The average residential tax impact is now $52.36, or 1.56%. I will update the other classes as well, just because that was a significant reduction. Commercial is also at 1.56%. Industrial average impact 1.35%, and average multi-residential tax impact of minus 4.66%.
Okay. We will now consider the unmet needs one by one that were referred to step 10. I'll need a mover and a seconder on the motion to approve each unmet needs. As members do not have these items in a worksheet, I'll have the clerk display the items on the screen. The first one is the Red Cross Evacuation Center. We have a mover and a seconder for that one. Moved by Councillor Vanderstelt. Second by Councillor Sless. What questions, comments? Councillor Wall.
Okay, sorry. Hello. Thank you. So I understand the need for this, and I'm going to support it because it's very important. I'm just wondering, is there not an option, or maybe there is, and you could just elaborate on it further. Is there not an option to find funding for this somewhere else that doesn't come from the municipality? Only in the sense that usually big things like this are the matter of the province or even the federal government. It just seems a bit, it's a tough pill to swallow that this has to fall on the municipality.
So through the chair, Marlene Miranda, General Manager, Community Services and Social Development. Staff did go back and look at funding and how the Red Cross was funded. And this particular program within Ontario of the Emergency Management Program is actually supported by capacity building funds from the province and municipal agreements, which accounts for approximately 28% of this operating budget for this particular program, of which 2% comes from the province and 26% from the municipalities. So this is already established for capacity building for this particular program as primarily a municipal contribution and funding.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Okay, what exactly is the Red Cross Evacuation Shelter?
So through the chair, in the event of emergency where residents are displaced and are required to go to an evacuation center, this would establish that evacuation center and have staff be prepared with the Red Cross to operate that evacuation center until such a time that the residents could return to another residence or safely to their home.
Okay, I'm a bit confused by this. Is this on a grand scale that we're talking about an evacuation center? Like, are we talking about something like when we had the flood, or are we talking about something when somebody has a fire?
Through the chair, we're talking large scale emergencies such as a flood. The smaller ones have other ways of being
yes,
managed.
and I'm aware of that. I just wanted to make sure that I knew what that there was a distinct difference, and that this wasn't something we're putting forward for the, because I already know people that have a fire, they get put up in hotels, and you know, I understand. I've seen that, and I've seen that all in work. So if we were to go back to when it was that 2016, and we had members of the community all over everywhere, how is this different? This evacuation center, tangible.
So through the chair, I wasn't here in 2016, so I'll defer to staff to see if they're able to answer, and then I'll try to assist what this currently will do.
Brian wasn't here either.
If I can, and I'll let Sue Evidence speak as well, but I'll start to answer your question, Councillor Van Tilburg. The Red Cross, most municipalities across Canada use the Red Cross. If you have a loved one, and if you're living in Brantford in the flood, and you have a loved one who lives in Edmonton, your mother or father lives in Edmonton, or children live in Edmonton, and they want to know where you are. If you've been flooded, you phone the Red Cross. That's a national thing, what they do. This provides that coordination of the efforts. We open up a place where people can go, a shelter where people can go with cots, things like that. The Red Cross helps in those efforts, and the registration system, things like that. It's very common for most municipalities to have this. Brantford hasn't had it. It's a new value add for citizens to have. So it would help coordinate. And Sue, is there anything else I'm missing on that?
Thanks, Brian. Through the chair, I know that this is a little hard to wrap our minds around, and many of us were here for the flood situation. So evacuation centers and the operation of the evacuation centers, they're typically, you recover the funding through disaster relief from the province in terms of, the actual costs that the Red Cross may not pick up. The Red Cross itself, what this contract is doing, as the CAO indicated, is it is providing the municipality with the capacity to run an evacuation center. This exact thing did happen in the flood, where it was several hours before the Red Cross was able to deploy. And so what this does is it makes sure that we have the facilities lined up. The staff all know what to do. And it also gives us access to the Red Cross as a municipality that is paying on this contract. So there is a bit of a preferential regard given to municipalities that do have a contract with the Canadian Red Cross. This is something that almost all municipalities have now entered into within the last year or so, because it is a new business practice for the Red Cross.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So this is a new practice.
Councillor, your time is up.
Oh, that's good. I think I did get that answer. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll call the vote. Yes, for me.
The unmet need is approved unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillors Sluss, Utley, McCreary, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sakoli, Antosky, Vanderstel, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, the next one is the 8 full-time equivalent firefighters. Do we have a mover for this one? Mayor Davis, seconded by Councillor Sluss. Questions, comments? Mayor Davis.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I've kind of gone back and forth on this one. And however, every budget has a theme. And I think our theme this year, it's about safety. It's about health. It's about protecting our residents. And when I think about our fire department, they're a wonderful department. And we've provided them with the necessary tools of the job. Great training, and I've actually spent a day with them as I did before I became mayor, and I'm very proud of our fire department. And we over the last 10 years, we have not increased the number of trucks that are available for response. And in that period of time, the population of our cities increased by, I think, around 14,000. And as we all know, what this does is it turns the ladder truck at Station 1 from being a secondary response vehicle that can't go out when there's no other trucks available to respond to a call, because there's only 2 firefighters assigned to it. This turns it into a first response vehicle. Is that going to be used every day? Well, no, it's not. But I sure can rest easy knowing it's there, that it's available as the city grows larger and the potential for the kind of incident occurs where we're going to need that truck. And like I said, we've not increased really the number of dispatching vehicles in the last 10 years. So on the other hand, you could say to yourself, well, it's very significant sum of money, because to put 2 firefighters on means you're hiring 8 people, because it's 24/7 shifts. I'll let the next council do it. Well, once again, I think we're responsible. We're setting the groundwork for the next council to succeed. And in this case, the firefighters, they won't need to do this because we'll have done it for them, or for our residents. So, although sure, it's expensive, $317,000, it will be an additional amount to the next council. It long overdue. I know this request has been in many budgets, at least 3 that I've been in here and seen. And like the green bin, it's time to do it. That's it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is another one of those items that's got a big ticket to it. So it's always a prime candidate to kick down the road. And I guess down the road has kind of come this year. All the things that kept getting pushed away, have suddenly come home to roost. And when it comes to firefighting, I got to be honest, Mr. Chair, I kind of follow your lead. In my opinion, you have expertise in this field, having been a firefighter for your entire career. And I heard you say during the discussion and the debate with the chief when he was here, that this was something that you had tried to get passed back in the 2000s because it was needed from your perspective as a practicing firefighter. So having heard that and not have being a firefighter myself, I'm quite prepared to listen to a colleague who has been and has many, many years experience in that. And I guess for those reasons, as well as what the mayor said about setting the next council up for success, I know I don't want to get into the debate that we had a little earlier about kicking things down the road and dropping things off and doing things. What we're doing this year is a result of doing that. And all these things start to become due and start to crash in one another in one given year. And they're all things that should be done. And I think we have unanimous agreement that that's the case. The disagreement is when we do them and how we do them. And I think for me, this is when we do them and this is how we do them. This is the ideal time to be doing this to set up the next council to be successful. So I'll take your lead, Mr. Chair, and I'll support you in your endeavor to get these 8 bodies on trucks, and I'll be supporting this. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I take a slightly different take on this based on our growth rate, 1.5. Like I said earlier in the night, the highest in Canada right now. Along with that higher growth rate comes a higher growth rate in crime and visible crime. And you know, I think we added half an ambulance because we needed to. The evidence on that will come out shortly. 8 firefighters because we needed to. We're actually legislated to do so. That's a growth related issue. 8 security officers to manage the misguided behaviors in the Corps. That is a growth issue. To quote Councillor Sless from 2 terms ago, you know, we're trying to put 10 pounds of sugar in a 5-pound bag downtown where it's dense. It's becoming more dense all the time. So the behaviors are a little bit more objectionable depending on who ends up there. You know, it's a matter of growth from my perspective, and it's coming our way. We may not like every way it manifests itself in our community, but there's no doubt about it that it is coming. Now, the Red Cross insurance policy, as I like to call it, they are a wonderful tool to have at our disposal, especially when all the chips are down in an unexpected event. And you know, you require the kind of help and organizational strength that they can provide to our community. That one to me seems like a no-brainer, but this is really a matter of growth, internal growth, soon to be external growth. And a need for the managing capacity. And I'm glad to see it here actually, because it takes into account that we are a fluid municipality and a growing municipality. And I'm happy to support it because it's timely. It shows that council supports changes as they come up, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further, I'll just make a few comments. When the 4th fire hall was open, at the time, the chief insisted on hiring 24 firefighters when 20 were needed. The idea was to put a 5th man on the pumper to hit the NFPA numbers. It didn't make sense to me. I suggested to him at the time that he should upstaff the aerial instead, because at the time Brantford was running the aerial truck with just 1 firefighter on it. So when that truck arrives at a call, yes, it's got extra equipment on it, but there's no manpower to use any of the extra equipment. And if you have to set up a water tower, you have to steal crew members from other crews to assist the aerial operator. This will give us a fully staffed aerial, which will become a useful truck when it arrives at a call immediately, instead of having to pull members off other trucks. When I started in Etobicoke, we had 1 pumper that had 5 men on it. It just so happened it was in the hall that was in the neighborhood where the mayor lived. And the running joke on the department was the fifth man on that truck was the cardboard man, because there wasn't anything for him to do in our procedures, because all our procedures were designed for 4 men. And if somebody called in sick, that was the first one they pulled. So somebody actually brought in a full-size cutout of an airline pilot. And so when the fifth man was pulled off that truck, they stuck the cardboard cutout in the truck so they could still run with 5. And he was just as effective. So it's for that reason that I argued against running 5 on a truck in Brantford. Unfortunately, I didn't win the argument that day, but now we're in a position where that fifth man has been moved over to the aerial. So we only need 2 more to bring it up to a full man crew. So this is the right way to go, in my opinion, and I'll be supporting this. And seeing no further questions or comments, we'll call the vote.
Yes, for me.
The unmet need carried on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Utley, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sikoli, Antosky, Vanderstel, and Mayor Davis. Those against, Councillor McCreary.
Okay, the next item is the mobile security unit. We have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Vanderstel, seconded by Councillor Sless. Questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Yes, for me.
The motion carried on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Utley, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sikoli, Antosky, Vanderstel, Mayor Davis. Those against, Councillor McCreary.
Okay, 10C4, red light camera program. Do we have a mover? Councillor Sikoli, seconded by Mayor Davis. Questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Oh, Councillor Wall. Just in the nick of time.
Thanks, Chair Martin. I'll be brief. I voted against this before, and I'm going to vote against it now. And it's not that I don't support red light cameras, but it's also I don't support red light cameras. I don't have enough information. We had a really great presentation from staff on why we need these in our community, but I don't support the cost right now. I don't think it's absolutely necessary right now. I think there are things that we can do to calm traffic in our community that don't involve fining people. And, you know, my main decision making on this was that this didn't show incredible evidence that it prevented people from running red lights. It just fined people for running red lights. And I need to see more data. And I know that there are people in the community who feel really strongly about bringing red lights cameras to Brantford, but there are a lot of people who feel very strongly against them as well. I think there are other methods, and I think I'd like to see this item fail and come back to us at a later date with more data.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
I support my ward mate's thoughts. There are places where I will consider red light cameras. When I've asked the questions on where they should go, that gets punted down the road. And the truth is, we are doing a whole lot of immediate necessities this year. I think some real urgent priorities have come forward. It's not that red light cameras and that isn't important. It's not that reducing accidents isn't that important. But we can't do it all in 1 year. We can look at that report, we can look at the studies, we can get more answers to Councillor Wall and quite frankly, the community. It is very concerning that Councillor Wall believes that red light cameras do not reduce the people going through the red lights. And that may well be true because some of the stats I see out of Hamilton would suggest just that. In other words, what have you actually accomplished? So there is a significant investment into red light cameras and a significant operation of red light cameras. And at the end of the day, we got to upfront the money first. And technically, the whole concept behind red light cameras is to be revenue neutral. So I don't think that we can afford those upfront costs at this time. I think that would be a great debate for the next new council.
Mayor Davis.
Yeah. Do they work? They work with me in Hamilton. I'll never forget that one at, you get off the 403 and I was going to court one day and the light had turned yellow and I should have stopped, but I thought I can't sure I can stop. Anyways, I called the camera, the flash going off, and I thought they got me. And yeah, I got a ticket. And whenever I drove into Hamilton after that, you can be sure that if I thought the light might turn yellow, anytime me coming close to the intersection, I made sure I stopped. I noticed that as well, that in those high volume intersections in Hamilton, that's just my anecdotal experience for me. But I'd say this, what is the number one complaint that we hear from our residents, that we heard on the doorstep? It's about traffic, it's about traffic enforcement, people not respecting the laws, the Highway Traffic Act, and running, and we see it all the time, people shaving that margin, the light's gone yellow even before they hit the intersection, they're going through and it turns red just as they enter the intersection. And we see accidents happening because of that. And I recall the report that came to us, they told us about the intersections where they think it'll make a difference. So there's no misunderstanding where they're going. The consultant told us where they're going to go. Now, they had the list of them, at least that's what I recall. Maybe I didn't recall correctly. I'll defer to you, Councillor Van Tilburg. But I believe it's also the first step towards the speed cameras. I realize there's some people that object to cameras. They say they're a revenue device. But you know what? I look at it as a safety device. We've heard from the members of our police services board. We've heard from our police chief that they don't have the manpower to provide the kind of enforcement of the Highway Traffic Act they had before in the past, because as the chief told us, hey, Brantford in 2022 is not the same as it was 10 years ago. And so, and he's told us we have to supplement what their traffic enforcement is through camera systems. And this will be the first one. We'll get used to it and we'll expand it, hopefully the next council, into the speed cameras. And I believe, and I recall from what I read, I thought this would likely save lives by people less inclined to run yellow lights in those high traffic, high accident intersections. So I'll vote for it.
Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Yesterday I was coming north on Clarence at Coburn, witnessed an accident at the very corner, which highly was suggested for us, more so than any of the other intersections, about where a red light camera should go. And you know, the stats are not wrong. Yes, it's a cost recovery program. That's not the important part, though. There's a lot of people are getting injured on our streets just because we didn't take the precautions, or we didn't put the enforcement in place that would help us curb that offensive behavior. And if you think back, you can think of many instances where we were so sick and fed up and tired with the driving and the bad habits of driving throughout the entire city. We're putting up stop signs anywhere we can, bypassing the normal process that we would go through, because stop signs were our only option. There was no other way to enforce that. We looked at, through Vision Zero, dropping the speed to 40K. We looked at those movable radar cameras. Bottom line is the driving hasn't improved, and people are getting hurt on a regular basis, and lives are at risk because intersections are at risk. And you know, we talk about the intersection, the worst intersection there at Clarence and Colburn. Those are my people. They're trying to get home at the end of the day, and I get it. They're tired, they're frustrated, they want to see their kids, been on the road for too long, and you make one last split-second decision to try to get through that light, and it may be the last thing you'll ever do. We have foreknowledge. We actually went down the road to find out where the worst intersections are, and now we're going to put it off and wait for another untold number of people to get hurt. I can't do that, knowing full well how dangerous that intersection is. It seems like burying your head in the sand, and it's it's hurtful and it's irresponsible. I can't do it. I need to support this program because it will save lives. Thank you.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I have to admit, when this first came to us, I was skeptical. I don't know if I was skeptical. It was lower on my list than the speed cameras, let's say, and because that's where I get all the calls. I get all the calls about people are speeding through my neighborhood. I wish people would slow down. They're racing. And you know, you don't hear too much about people running red lights. However, I did see the locations that they're looking to put them at, and those are data-driven locations. And I know that this is the path to that next step, which I think is incredibly needed throughout the whole community. So not just these busy intersections, but the mobile speed cameras where they can be, you know, parked in a car on a street somewhere where there's lots of complaints, and you know, our police are tracking what's happening, and I think it's needed. We need to just slow everybody down. So I have been won over on this piece, and I think that there's no better deterrent than having to pay out of your wallet, and that then makes it safer because you're going to learn your lesson. So it's not just only a fine, unless somebody doesn't care to keep paying, and then they're going to run it, and then we've got that person to deal with, and that's few and far between. Most of us try to learn our lessons, so I'll be supporting this.
Before we go to second time speakers, I have some comments to make. We can't put them in every red light. That's obvious. But what you have to remember is with something like this, there's a halo effect. You get a ticket at one red light, you're going to think twice about going through a red light at any other intersection, even though there's no camera there. It's the behavioral change that we're out for here. And it's hitting someone in the pocketbook is the quickest way to enact a change in their behavior. And I'm sure everybody else has seen this as well. You're going through a light, it turns yellow, you're thinking, gee, maybe I should have stopped for that. I might have been able to stop for that, but you went through, and then you look in your rearview mirror and 3 cars follow you through. You know they could have stopped. You know they should have stopped, but they followed you through. So all it takes is for somebody to be anticipating the green coming the other way. Now you have a T-bone accident, which has a high incidence of injury and sometimes fatalities. Those are the accidents we're trying to reduce. The ones with the high level of injury, the high level of damage to the vehicles, and the highest incident of causing hardships for families because someone's laid up in the hospital or worse. So initially this came to us, staff wanted the full cost of the program for the first year. And I argued against that because this is a program that pays for itself. And they've managed to find some startup money in a reserve somewhere. So this isn't increasing the budget. And we get items brought to us that are unmet needs that have a 0 increase, but you know they have an increase somewhere. And the lead pipe one is a classic example. It's paid through people's water bills. If we don't do that program, maybe we can give people a break on their water bills. But this is one that actually generates a revenue that actually covers the cost. So there is no impact to the taxpayer unless you're running red lights, and that's the behavior we're trying to change. So with that, we'll go to second time speakers. Councillor Van Tilburg.
There is indeed a list.
Yep.
Number 1 on that list is indeed Clarence and Dalhousie. Absolutely. And by far, accidents there surpass probably 2 or 3 of the others on the top of the list combined. I have pointed to that corner as the first place that should require such a device. That answer has never once come back clear. The other problem is that it's if it can fit in the confines, if it can do that, if, too many ifs. I want an answer. That answer has not come. It's not been supplied. It is, yep, this is a potential candidate, but not necessarily is where that camera is going to go. The other part that troubles me about cameras is that often to make them work to do their function, which is catch people in the center of a thing, they may shorten the yellow light time frame. that actually creates an incident. That also bothers me. That has to be part of the study. I believe that this is a program that has merit. I also believe it's something that we can delay and put onto the next council to determine. We're not going to see this overnight. It's not coming right away. This is something we can look at. This program will cost us money. Don't kid yourself. There is a cash outlay. And until it starts actually generating the revenue, we are still a small community. We don't know what those outcomes are going to be. And the truth is that the irony is that if the program is successful, the revenues drop, the cost does come to the municipality. There is some of a debate that's still available to us. If somebody was telling me quite point blank, it's going to be the area that we know is identified, I have a different opinion, but quite frankly, no, I'm not going to go and blank check something that's going to go somewhere else right away without any consideration for what I consider to be the number one area of high accidents and accidents at that.
Okay, Councillor Sluss, did you take your hand down?
Yeah, I think we're kind of beating a dead horse here, Mr. Chair. I think everybody knows how they're voting, and now we're listening to each other talk. This was something that, to be quite candid, I may as well talk to because everybody else has. I was not sold on this program, to be quite candid. And I got a call from a gentleman that lives in Wyndham Hills, which is across the street from Walmart. And he was taking his young son over there to buy, I don't know what he was buying, but they were on their way to Walmart. It turned green for them to walk across King George Road. The kid ran ahead of him, and the dad had to grab him by the scruff of the neck and get him out of the way of a car that flew through. When I hear that, I don't care how much this program costs, because I can't put a price on that kid's head. That's just crazy. It was talked about that. I forget how it was worded, that this program doesn't stop people from driving through red lights. It just gives them a price tag if they do. Well, it's not unlike radar, speed radar. People still speed. They get a ticket, and they usually chill out for a while, and they seem to understand. I live close to Paris Road, and you can see the cars slow down when they hit Paris Road because there's quite often a radar set up at St. John's, and they know it's sometimes there, but a lot of times it's not there, but they still slow down. I think you call it the halo effect, Mr. Chair, and that's exactly how it works that I see every day. So I think this would work as well. And we're talking about what intersections that we're going to be installing them. The general public will just know that they came. They'll know that they've been installed here. So they're going to be careful at every intersection because they're not really sure where they're going and what they look like and what'll happen. I know there's one in Cambridge. If you drive through the downtown, there's one just before you hit the downtown. I know because I thought my navigation thing said you're going through a red light camera or whatever it identified it as. And I stopped right away quick because I knew it was kind of what the mayor said. I saw the yellow and thought, yes, maybe, no, maybe. And I heard the thing say red light camera and I hit the brake because I knew I was gone because I was too close and I knew that, but human nature, you try and get through. So I'll be supporting this, I guess is the bottom line after saying what I said. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Indy, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If you allow me to, just some clarification with some of the comments. Councillor Van Tilburg's correct. There were 20 locations, 6 shortlisted. But again, the vendor of choice does need to come in, assess the locations, and see if any of those locations are feasible, and then they'll go down the list of those other 20 locations. But the idea is it's widespread around the city. So traffic calming is very street central. It doesn't really, it's more capital. It's put into that street, but it doesn't make anything back. But there's we heard the theme today is there's other impacts, social and safety, etc., than the dollar. But this program, actually, the way it's timed is to be neutral, and the more we delay it, the more it could cost to try to get into the contract. So the contracts are for a period of time, and that's important for the timing of us getting in now and bringing this forward as an unmet need. So I just wanted to provide that clarity as to why this is here, why the timing is here. All the studies have been completed. In fact, we're in a commenting period right now with the ministry to get into the bylaw to be able to enact this. $60,000 in the capital was applied for upfront costs that may be needed. So there is a lot of work that is already being moved forward with various approvals through council on this initiative. So I just wanted to provide that insight to council.
Okay, thanks, Indy. Councillor Wall.
So it's funny because it'll be the second time that I say the same comment today. But when you join a committee or you become a member of a committee like this, typically you try to come in with an open mind and you come for the debate and the discussion. And perhaps I had my mind made up, but after hearing the debate and the discussion here, I'm still not 100% sold on the red light cameras. But if this is the will of this council to do this, I have no intent on being contrary to it. I just hope that I can go on the record clearly saying that this is just one means of traffic calming. And there's so much more we need to do. There's so much more we need to do, because that story that was just shared about the street behind Walmart, I don't know that a red light camera would have stopped that from happening. And that's one of the reasons that I don't support this. I mean, maybe, yeah, if that person had gotten the ticket at a red light camera sometime in a previous driving, but I think there's many methods we need to investigate. And I think that I'm going to support this because it is the will of this council. And I think that it's important that we have solidarity for safety measures like this in our community. But this is just, in my opinion, one very small part of a much larger plan of how we can make our roads safer in this community. And I don't think that it was said that this has a cost to the person who's getting fined, but right now it has a cost to every single taxpayer in our community, and they're being punished for other people's bad behavior. And I'm having a hard time with that because we've already spent enough money, but I wish people would just drive safer. I wish people took driving a motor vehicle and treated it with the seriousness that they should, because there's too many avoidable accidents happening on our road. There's too many unavoidable accidents happening on our highways. There's too many distracted drivers. There's too many people driving, consuming food or alcohol, or too much.
Councillor McCurry.
Sure, thank you. I'd like to hark back to Councillor Sless's equine comment and suggest we go to the vote.
We have no more speakers, so we'll call the vote.
Yes.
Motion carries on a recorded vote of 8-2. Those in favor, Councillors Sless, Utley, Wall, Martin, Sakoli, and Toski Vanderstelt, Mayor Davis. Those against, Councillors McCreary and Councillor Van Tilburg.
Okay, 10C5, Green Bin Program. Do we have a mover, please? Councillor Antosky, seconded by Councillor Sless. Questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Oh, Councillor Wall.
It's about time.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we'll call the vote.
Yes.
The item carries on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Utley, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sakoli, and Toski Vanderstelt, Mayor Davis. Those against, Councillor McCreary.
Okay, fleet electrification. Do we have a mover for this? Councillor Antosky, seconder, Councillor Sless. Questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Oh, Councillor Sless.
I couldn't let it go by, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you could.
Well, we spent 15 minutes talking about $15,000 for the Red Cross in a disaster, and we spent about 30 minutes talking about a $60,000 or I got it backwards. We spent about 15 minutes talking about $15,000 to the Red Cross. And we just spent $1.5 million on the green bin, and I don't think we even had any discussion. So it's perhaps we're spending a lot of time on little details and maybe not enough on big details. Just a thought.
Well, there isn't much point in discussing things when everybody's in heated agreement. Councillor Vanderstel.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add this. This is actually exciting, and it's good to play the leadership role in here. I mean, I came across one of our employees who's thinking about upgrading into the electrified world of driving and repurposing their vehicle for a number of different really interesting and cool uses, including bringing solar into his properties to recharge his vehicle overnight, which would in turn charge his house for 2 or 3 days. Now we're just on the dawn of this endless possibilities that are going to come from this that will benefit many of our trades in particular. This is the more we support it, I think the better off we're going to be in the long run. And you know, this is one of the leadership pieces that we can show. The change is inevitable. I'm glad to be on the cutting edge of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And just to comment, the other advantage with this is as we electrify the fleet, we'll see our maintenance costs and energy costs go down and see savings in the future. So it may take a little while for the price of batteries to get into line, but we'll see savings down the road, hopefully. Seeing nothing further, we'll call the vote.
No.
Item carries on a recorded vote of 8-2. Those in favor, Councillors Sless, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sikoli, and Toski, Vanderstel, Mayor Davis. Those against, Councillors Utley and McCreary.
Next item is the lead loan grant program increase. Is there a mover for this? Councillor Vanderstel, second by Councillor Van Tilburg. Councillor McCreary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The water and related reserve fund seems to be a hat from which we repeatedly pull rabbits for many items. I wonder if when this comes to council, if staff could provide us with an analysis of the amount in those reserve accounts, what was contributed from 21 and what's predicted for 22. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, this is one that comes to us with a zero cost. But if you look at the fine print, there is actually a $20,000 cost funded from water reserve. So seeing nothing further, we'll call the vote.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just looking for confirmation if Councillor Wall is there.
He's out of the room at the moment.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing Mayor Davis either.
Seems to have lost his connection.
Thank you. The motion carries on a recorded vote of 7-1. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Utley, McCreary, Van Tilburg, Sikoli, Toski, and Vanderstel. Those against, Councillor Martin.
Brings us to Year of the Garden. Do we have a mover for this one? Councillor Antosky, seconded. Councillor Sikoli. Questions, comments? Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great way for us to do what we do really well. We make our city beautiful, and this is a national proclamation, the Year of the Garden 2022. Lots of communities are joining in, so it's a great way to pull citizens together that are, you know, post-COVID, looking for things to do together, talking with the county, see what kind of things that we can do together regionally. So this is just a really great thing for citizens to be involved with and to take pride and to have a big part in making our city beautiful.
Councillor McCreary.
I wholeheartedly support this. And I appreciate Councillor Antosky's efforts with respect to making our city a little greener and prettier. I don't recall ever having seen, however, a budget item which is drawn from Council Priorities Reserve, and I wonder if we could indicate why it's coming from there. And it just seems to be a bit of an anomaly why it wouldn't come out of operating or capital.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it's not built into the operating because it is just a one-time item. So we do want to perhaps look to reserves to fund one-time items. I believe the council priority recommendation came through the fact that this was a council-driven resolution that was directed to this process and not through the staff process.
Okay, so it's not because no one wanted to put this in their budgets. Actually, don't answer that. I don't want to know. Thank you.
Seeing nothing further, we'll call the vote.
Yes.
The item carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Utley, McCreary, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sikoli, Antosky, Vanderstel, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, that ends the unmet needs, brings us to step 10D. Ms. Daniels, can you provide an overview for 10D, please?
Thank you, through you, Chair Martin. So with the sum of the unmet needs, there has been a total amount added to this budget of $1,334,442 for a revised budget total of $173,183,806. That's an overall budget increase of 1.98%. And how that breaks down between the local boards is 3.63%, and the city-controlled portion of the budget is 1.2%. The average residential tax impact is 2.34%, or $78.91. I will just update the other classes as well. The average commercial tax impact is also 2.34%. The average industrial tax impact is 2.13%, and the average multi-residential tax impact is negative 3.92%.
Thank you. Members of the committee, are there any other motions for operating budget adjustments to be presented? Councillor McCreary.
Chair, I just have a couple of questions, if I may ask them at this point. Joelle, I wonder if you could remind us what our opening night numbers were, please.
We started the very first night of this process with a budget of $172,765,864 and a total municipal budget increase of 1.73%.
And the residential impact?
I will just need to go back to the worksheet for that night, so I will just need a minute for that.
Okay.
Through the chair, it was $70.59 for the average residential, which was an increase of 2.1%.
Thank you very much. So from the taxpayer's point of view, we probably should have just approved it that night. But Joelle, could you also be able to tell me, with respect to the things that we've added on tonight, what impact we create for the 2023 budget?
Through the chair, yes, just bear with us for 1 minute. Sorry for the delay. So with the approval of the unmet needs, there will be an incremental impact next year related to those of 1 million, a little over $1.5 million.
And Joelle, in terms of tonight's numbers, what would that represent to the taxpayer, the average householder?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the 1.5 million.
Yes, correct.
So it is about $2 for every 100,000. So that would be just over $30.
Okay,
is our estimate.
Okay. Thank you very much for that homework.
Mayor Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You may recall the first night we had quite a discussion about tax rates and the tax rate equalization policy that's been in place for 6-7 years now. And we heard that we had been at the beginning of that policy. There was a definite inequity between the different tax classes. And then we heard we'd made progress. And so I had asked staff, well, show us, and can you give us some graphs and whatnot in comparison with other tier 1 municipalities, being municipalities are not part of a regional government. And we got that, I think it came to us last night, attached to the email from the city clerk's office, and it's attached in e-scribe. And you'll see that we've made very considerable progress. And although we aren't the lowest municipality, we are lower than some of our immediate neighbors, very substantially. And we've made some good progress. And occasionally, actually though in the last 6-7 years, occasionally when the conditions warranted, we did pause for 1 year. And I'm interested in doing that in particular because last year, the other classes, not the homeowners, they got we heard on the order of 10 to 11% tax decrease. I don't begrudge them that. In fact, I helped them get that. And that was lobbying the provincial government to equalize those business education tax rates. None of that went to the homeowner. Homeowners have dealt with a lot the last couple of years. And I think it's appropriate given what benefit that the other tax classes received last year, which of course continues into this year, that the homeowners receive a bit of a break for 1 year. And we paused the tax rate policy. But before I put the motion on the floor, Joelle, could you please tell us if we did that? You gave us a minute ago, it was 2.34% to the homeowner, the average tax increase. If we defer for 1 year, and that's not just deferring, it would then continue into the next term of council, what would the impact be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as far as the budget impact, it would be reduced from 2.34. Sorry, as far as the average tax impact, it would go from 234 to 1.98, which is essentially the budget increase. Yeah. And the average tax increase as a dollar amount would be reduced to $66.56.
Okay. All right. Well, on that, with that information, I'm going to put it on the floor that for this year, we defer the continuation of the equalization policy for this year. Seeking a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Sluss.
And Mr. Chair, it's pretty simple. Either you do it or you don't. We see clearly what the impact is. And there aren't many years where I would even suggest doing this. But again, I think that business education tax rate adjustment kind of puts it into a bit of a different context than a typical year. And it's a good goal to get that rate down to, 1.7. And I think the council, 2 councils ago, knew that was going to be a decade-long proposition to do it. And it'll get there. But this will be a good year to do a little holiday on it to help our homeowners.
Councilor McCreary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me echo what someone said earlier, that you've done a pretty good job on this budget and looking after this community through the process. So if I understand correctly, this would only interrupt that trend for a single year. Is that how the chair understands what's before us?
That's my understanding of this.
So having heard that, I don't see any need to consult the Economic Development Department. I don't necessarily see any need to consult the Chamber of Commerce, who were the lead agency in making sure that we strived to seek this tax fairness, which has borne fruit for this community in terms of seeing people come here and create jobs. I agree with the mayor, and I'm pleased to see that the mayor has done some good work on this budget. I know some might think that some of these initiatives tonight were just voodoo, but I don't agree with that, and I think that even if it were voodoo, I'm sure the taxpayers would be happy to take any sort of relief that they can get. So I will definitely be supporting this. If my math is correct, that saves the homeowner about $12, the average homeowner about $12. Every dollar we can let people keep in their pockets is to their benefit. I wonder, through you, Mr. Chair, if we might be reminded of exactly what the average house is in this city. I know it's kind of a moving target. And I don't know if we have the number available, but it would be helpful if we could identify, a couple of neighborhoods where one might find the average house. That might speak more to people's understanding than saying it's a house worth $750,000. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Does staff have an answer for those questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the average residential house has an average assessed value of $285,000.
And what was the year for that assessment? That assessment's based on, do you recall?
Yeah, January 1st, 2016, Chair.
2016. Okay, so that puts it in perspective as well. Councilor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. And Joelle, I wonder if you might be able to take a look. I know it's, I don't want to extend the hour tonight for the research, but I wonder if you might take a look and give us perhaps an indication of a couple of neighborhoods in town where house prices might have been assessed at 285 in the year of the assessment, just so people have some idea as to comparative values. Thank you.
Councilor Van Tilburg.
I think this is being well received, and it's kind of been a position I've held. So I just want to thank the mayor for bringing this forward.
I want to thank staff for the report we got as well. The graphs show very clear that we're ahead of the crowd on getting to the targets we want. I also think we maybe need to reconsider the targets that we've set. I'm starting to think that 1.7 is going to be a better target instead of 1.5 for industrial and commercial. And because multifamily residential, newer ones, we're forced to give them 1.1. I think we should get the older multifamily residential to the same for some equity. Seeing nothing further, we'll call the vote on the mayor's resolution.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously on a recorded vote of 10, recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sless, Utley, McCreary, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sakoli, and Toski, Vanderstel, and Mayor Davis.
Any further budget adjustments? Okay, can we get an overview for step 10E?
All right, through you, Mr. Chair, the 2022 operating budget remains at $173,183,806. The budget impact after assessment growth is 1.98%. With the change to the ratio reduction for this year, the residential tax impact has been revised and reduced to $66.56, and the average tax impact on all the classes will be 1.98%.
Thank you. We'll now call the vote on the budget. Councillor McCreary.
We're quoting the number after assessment growth. Joelle, could you provide the actual year-to-year budget increase number before assessment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if we were to look at gross numbers before adding on the revenues from assessment growth, the total municipal was 3.35%. And of that, the boards were 5.27 and the city controlled portion was 2.44.
So sorry, so the total increase in our budget, including everything before assessment, is 3.35?
Total municipal, yes.
Super, thank you. That's all inclusive of police, health unit, et cetera?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you, Joelle.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make some comments before we call the question, and probably my first comment may go in the don't column as a counselor, but I'm going to start by saying I really think that this is an excellent budget. I think that staff has done a tremendous job. When we look at how much we are growing and to come in, under 2% is really, really quite remarkable. And, we're asking staff to do more with less. I know there's an increase, but it does not reflect how much more they've got on their tables. And if you look at our building and our planning department, all of these things are going to bring more assessment. And, I just want to remind people that only about 3% of our budget is discretionary. And what we managed to do tonight or over the past few weeks, if this passes, is we address the things that really have to be done, but we've also included some things that people want in our community. And we want to make sure that it's not just a place that you can live, it's a place that you want to live. So I'm very proud of what's been done here. I also echo the comments of many councillors here. Mayor, these things that you discovered and creatively came up with at the end is really appreciated. And it's looking at the revenue side, because we too often get focused on the cost side. I also want to mention, we have in 2021 for grants applied for. So these are not grants or allocations that we normally get, but new money, over $2 million in 2021 for that staff have applied for and received. And it used to be 1% per million. I think it's different now, but that's probably 1.5 points on the budget that staff got us through writing grants. And I'll do a shout out to Goggin, who writes the reports, and this is all on Indy's team. So I'm hoping to see a lot more of this throughout the organization, because yes, that money comes from one taxpayer through, other levels of government, but the money's going to go somewhere, and let's get it to Brantford. So, and that's what our staff is doing. So kudos to everyone. None of us like increases, but we also want a place that we love to live. And so I just really want to thank everybody.
Okay, Mayor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I quite agree with Councillor Antosky, but and I'll make a particular note of thanks to our city CAO, Brian Hutchings. he certainly had a laser eye on the revenue side, and that's why we've been able to accomplish so much in this budget, deal with so many issues that have not really been fully addressed in the past. And it was because when you're focused on what you spend and how you spend it and cutting, and you got to spend more time looking at your revenue. And Mr. Hutchings did that. As a result of that, there were certain agreements renegotiated with other governments, and that assisted us in obtaining equity in some of our cost sharing arrangements. And then he and I, of course, and the Brantford Power Board members, Councillor Utley and Councillor Martin, focusing on the power merger, knowing it represented pretty good potential to drive certain revenue results for us. And we've seen that. So like I said earlier this evening, every good budget has themes. Bad budgets, you just haphazard doing this, doing that. But this budget, I think we had a pretty single-minded focus, and it's been about creating a healthier, safer, more secure Brantford. And I say that because the standard areas of spending for a municipality, I'm talking roads, parks, etc. The increase on that section, and we heard earlier this evening from our treasurer, was kept to well under 1%, like in the order of points, I think it was 0.5%. And where the spending is coming from, the increase in spending, it's in a couple of different areas. It's paramedics, where we operate jointly with the county, and we're adding ambulance capacity. And we all know we need that. We see the delays in getting to the hospital and getting the ER. And then in terms of police, of course, the downtown special constable beat patrol, making us feel safer when we're downtown and making the safer downtown. And even something we haven't talked about much, but the health unit. That wasn't a huge dollar increase, but it was almost a 6% increase for our public health unit. And we don't even, do any of us question why we have to increase the budget for our health unit? And part of that, though, is actually due to the health unit being more active in managing the drug strategy, which has been the underlying pandemic in our community that we're going to have to continue to deal with and deal with more effectively now that hopefully COVID is becoming endemic. So that's what this, and then also it's a greener budget. I mean, under Councillor Antosky's leadership and her guiding light of the climate change resolution that geez, seems so long ago, but it's like yesterday actually. And I think that made some of us who were kind of skeptics realize by her persuasive abilities, we had to take this seriously. And so this is a council that doesn't just talk the talk, we're walking the walk. We've built in some very significant initiatives into this budget, whether it's electrifying the fleet, getting the transit fleet, begin to get that ready for electrification when it comes down the road, a really coherent plan for dealing with the electrification. And then of course, green bins. I mean, green bin, not only do people want it, and it's very popular and saves the life, extends the life of our landfill site, but it's also, there's a very significant impact in addressing climate change. And this is a council, really the first one in our history that's really begun to tackle seriously the climate change issue. And there aren't many of us now that denied. In fact, we're converts, thanks Councillor Antosky, to, yeah, this has got to be done. Our children and our grandchildren, we've got to leave them a better planet. And part of that is getting serious about climate change and making meaningful change for that. So actually, I'm starting to get really passionate, almost religious about it. Councillor Antosky, I'll give you a lot of credit for that. So I'm very proud of this budget. I think we've accomplished a lot. And of course, the tax increase for the homeowner, we kind of promised last year we're going to keep it to less than 2%. And hey,
you're wrapping up, Mary. You're over your time.
Okay, in a high inflation environment. So that's it. I'll be quiet. And thanks to all of you for your help and assistance.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for your leadership of the Finance Committee all of last year. And our years together on the Finance Committee. It's been great working with you, and I think your leadership during this budget process, which is never easy. It's the most difficult job I'd had in my experience on council. I like Councillor Antoski, I'm just blown away that we were able to fit in so much within our target of 2%. I honestly did not think it was possible. And I think I was the lone councillor on finance that voted for a 2.45 increase. There's no way that we can do all these things within, at that budget level. So it's a miracle word, not a miracle, but a very professional job done by our staff, our senior management team, CEO Hutchings, who got us to where, and Joel Daniels, how can I leave her out? So we are about to approve a budget that will make our city safer in many ways, in crime, fighting crime, in making our fire department more efficient and effective in the community. And I'm very proud to work with the mayor and all of council on bringing this budget to this particular point. I'm just delighted, and I hope the public realize how difficult this is and what they're getting for their tax dollars in this coming year. So I'll leave it there, and again, well done to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think in the survey that was on our website, one of the things that I think got fairly high marks was the public feeling they get value for their tax dollars. And I think this is probably one of the best valued for your tax dollar budgets that I've been involved in. And I think this is my 26th budget. And God, I hate saying that out loud, but in all those budgets, I think this is probably the best value budget that I've seen put together. And there's a lot to go around here. And I think staff were given a directive at 2%, and they exceeded that. They did better than we had hoped they could possibly do. And I don't sit on the finance committee, but I'm sure they thought it was an aggressive target, but let's try it. Like, look where inflation is right now, and look where our budget is. If you compare those two numbers, we're doing extremely well as a community. The one thing I would say to the public is, when you watch the budget process, as we've just are completing this evening, it was only about 8 or 9, I believe, meetings to get the capital and the operating budgets vetted and brought to a point where we can actually vote on them. And that looks like a very simple task. What's not televised and what you don't see is the finance committee led by Councillor Martin that meets all year round. So when this budget comes to the estimates committee, it's almost old news already, because these folks have been dealing with it for 12 months. So that makes the process so much better. I can remember when we were hiring our current CAO, Mr. Hutchings, and his accounting background. And we thought, well, there could be, that could be a real asset to the city. Well, I think it's starting to show in spades. The team he has put together, his senior management team, and all those beneath the senior management team, they've all had a hand on this. Their fingerprints are all over it, and you can see the result. So it's just been an excellent job by everybody. And it was something that there's going to be folks that say that it should have been at 0 or we should have had a negative budget. That, I guess, comes with the territory. You're going to hear that every year. If we come in at -4, there would be those that think it should be -6. So to come in at whatever we're at now, I've got so many numbers written down here. I'm not sure what, because things were changing all night, but it's an extremely good number given the time in life that we're in, as far as dealing with a pandemic, dealing with inflation that's running away with us. And we're coming in and doing all the things that are being achieved in this budget and doing it at the rate that we did it. So I think there's a lot of backslapping to go around. And it certainly goes, I think, to our mayor, to our finance committee, and to our staff. So thanks to everybody. Well done.
Councilor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. And let me say one more time that the Finance Committee, Chair Martin, CIO Hutchings, Ms. Daniels, and all the folks associated with this met the goal established for them by this council of being at 2% or less. I cannot recall that ever happening before. Perhaps it has, but perhaps it's just my memory. And, you know, there was a lot of work that went into this, and I don't dispute that. And council tonight elected to do a lot of good things. And I don't think I supported many of them, but, you know, they are things that that are probably needful in the community. However, you know, it's a tough year for a lot of people out there. And you know, for the folks in the municipal world, maybe $56 or $65, what was it? $66.56 isn't a lot of money. But, you know, for folks in the municipal world, their income was never interrupted during COVID. And a lot of folks that are going to be reading about this in the paper are not going to be very happy, because for them, $66 is maybe a night out with the wife, or something extra for the kids. And we take that away. And, you know, it's part of the balanced equation of providing what council and staff feel is best for the community. And on the other side is what the community thinks they can afford, and, you know, the value they get. During this process, we made careful point of separating out the budgets for which we are directly responsible for, and those budgets which we're not directly responsible for. But I would point out to members of this committee that the Police Services Board, the Brant County Health Unit, organizations like that, the Brantford Library, they all have council members on their boards. And those folks were given the same directive with respect to the 2% or thereabouts goals that were set out. And I think those council representatives that are going to serve on those third-party agencies from now on had better exert their influence and make sure that that their goals are the same as our goals, and extend that care and control to those agencies as well. I didn't have an opportunity to participate in the police services budget this year, and I'm looking forward to having a go at that with Councillor Martin next year. But I say that, you know, I say that we've got here an election year budget. It's not too horrible for folks to pay a few extra bucks, and God bless them, we've added $30 already onto their 2023 tax bill tonight. But you know, I will say that staff did what we told them to do. Councillor Martin did what we told him to do, and here you have it. And by the way, Councillor Martin, I'm not going to bring my resolution tonight. I'll bring in amendments when it comes to council. We'll save another hour. Good job to everybody, and thank you.
Councillor Wall.
Thanks, Chair Martin. I'd like to end the night also with some gratitude. So first, to the members of the community who participated and provided their feedback on the budget and took the time out of their day to give us meaningful input. Second, the volunteers that sit on the committees for the numerous boards and task force that the city has who helped shape the budget. Staff, of course, you guys are all incredible, and I said many kind things tonight, but honestly, I could just continue to sing your high praises, because this council, this committee couldn't do what we do without our incredible staff members. So thank you. And then, yeah, to the finance committee and to their chair, Councilor Martin, thankful that you guys do that. I came to this council with a particular skill set, and I was honored and blessed that you all chose to put me on committees that helped me, not only me grow, but that played into my skill set. And I'm thankful for people who sit on the finance committee who work with staff and work with everyone to make this make sense. Councilor Martin, you run a tight ship. You run a good committee. You ran this committee very well. I think we should vote and approve this budget, which we've all worked very hard for, and let the cards fall where they may. Thank you.
Okay. And the members of this council who've been around a while will remember years when we've started at 8, 9, 10%, and we worked hard to get it down to something that was reasonable, something that could be accepted. So I'd like to thank staff for starting us off at a reasonable point and not making us jump through all the hoops to find the stuff they had hidden away. They didn't do that kind of nonsense this time, and it certainly streamlined the process, made it go much smoother. So I'm very appreciative of all the staff that had, as someone said, their fingerprints on this budget, because that's a good thing that they had their fingerprints on this budget. I think it turned out very well. So with that, we'll call the vote.
Yes.
The 2022 operating budget as amended carries on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those in favor, Councillors Sless, Utley, Wall, Van Tilburg, Martin, Sakoli, Antosky, Vanderstelt, Mayor Davis. Those against, Councillor McCreary.
Thank you, everyone. With that, we are now adjourned.
Great.